Having me here. Let me get my information up here. I thank Dr. Zarrin for all that she does for all of us. Those of you who don't know, I met Dr. Zarrin approximately 4 years ago at the height of the pandemic, and she's been slowly drawing me into the homeopathic world. I'm a regular, well, I'm a DO, but I'm a regular medical doctor, insurance, here's a pill, go home. There's nothing else we can do for you. And that homeopathy stuff, that doesn't work. So that's the way I was trained initially. But I always had a little bit of a side streak to me. And early on, I learned about Western herbal remedies. Then I learned about Eastern and Chinese herbal remedies. And I went to acupuncture school. And then I went to A4M, American Academy of Medical of Anti-Aging Medicine, and I call myself a recovered physician ever since. So today I'm going to give you present just a brief history and principles of homeopathy, and I realize that later on Dr. Zarin's going to go into this in much more greater depth, but this is just sort of an overview. I'll give you, those of you who are not familiar with homeopathy, will give you just sort of a little bit of a taste for it and where it came from. We'll talk a little bit about the controversies about it and why that is, and I'll give you some definitions of some terms that you're going to be hearing over and over again. Especially if you're new to homeopathy, some of the terminology can be a little bit confusing. And so here we go. So we're going to talk about the histories and principles of homeopathy. I am, by the way, the executive director of the American Osteopathic Society of Integrative Medicine, and also a faculty member at Bioquantum Academy. So what is homeopathy? It's a medical system based on the law of similars. It's been verified in many studies, and it's been around for well over 200 years. Those of you who don't know, I grew up in Philadelphia, and in Philadelphia, downtown Philadelphia, there's a huge medical center called the Hahnemann Medical Center, and we're gonna meet Dr. Hahnemann in about 30 seconds or so, and he was the original homeopath. So, what is the law of similars? Homeopathy, by the way, comes from the Greek word homeos and pathos, meaning human suffering, and it's treated as an alternative medicine. Although some of us like to think of it as I like to think of it as integrative, since I'm a regular medical doctor. I know Dr. Zarin, it's her primary go-to, and etymologically it means similar suffering. It treats sick individuals with remedies that cause similar symptoms in healthy people. And what I like to explain to my patients is that homeopathic remedies are sort of like vaccines, at least the original vaccines, not these the mRNA ones that seem to cause all sorts of havoc. But those of us of a certain age, we were sort of the first generation that got polio vaccines and diphtheria vaccines and measles, mumps, and rubella. And basically, what those are either killed viruses or antigens and antibodies that are diluted down to almost nothing. And it's injected into a system, it will build up antibodies to it, and you'll become immune to it. And basically, that's I think that's a simple way to explain how homeopathic remedies in general at work. I know it's much more complicated than that, but again, you're sitting in front of a patient who's a Teamster truck driver, to explain what the vital force in homeopathy is, it probably is going to go over their head. But what it is a dynamic energy that maintains health of the mind, body, and soul. It's similar to qi in traditional Chinese medicine, and it varies between individuals and ensures health when it's functioning normally. Disturbances in the vital force, or again in Chinese traditional Chinese medicine, qi can causes illness, and changes in the vital force during disease are shown as symptoms. Um, Similaria syllabus, curantur, or like cures like, is sort of the watchword here for homeopathic principles, and it means a substance that causes symptoms in a healthy person can improve Again, medical doctors, we never use the word cure, but can improve similar symptoms in a sick person. The similarity between disease and remedy ensures that the patterns of the deranged vital force and the remedy's energies align, and this alignment neutralizes each other's effects. And the vital force can be returned to normal state unless there's other factors that are causing disruption. So I mentioned Hahnemann Hospital. It's a huge medical complex with a medical school, but it was actually originated as a homeopathic hospital and homeopathic school of medicine. And our first homeopath was born on April 10th, 1755 in Germany, and he was Christian Friedrich Samuel Hahnemann, also better known as Samuel Hahnemann. He died in July 1843 in Paris, and he had quite a profound effect on medical care in his era. He is revered as the father of homeopathy. He wrote an article in 1796 in a German medical journal founding the concepts of homeopathy, and which are the law of similars. Each substance maintains its individual characteristics during testing, and he did his first what he called proving was conducted with cinchonia bark, which is a source of quinine. And those of you who have any uh, cardiology background know that the quinine it was used. That's not used very much anymore, but was used for cardiac arrhythmias, particularly atrial fibrillation, for quite a long time. It caused symptoms similar to malaria and specifically intermittent fevers. The symptoms produced in a healthy person reveal the substance's precise healing properties. It was provided an accurate and specific information about each tested substance. And these were hardy souls. You're going to meet a couple of other ones. They tested these substances on themselves, and sometimes they made themselves quite ill. And this is what Hahnemann called approving. He wrote the Organon, not sure I pronounced that right, Dr. Zarrin, was published in 1810, and it was a compilation of his aphorisms or his observational theories. And there were a series of other organonins. The last one was published 78 years after his passing in 1921, and it was the final edition of the sixth organonin. And this is still regarded as the Bible of the homeopathic world. Those of you that have homeopathic training probably have this on your shelf somewhere. He discussed something called succussion, which involved imprinting the source material while diluting the original compound. Succussion enhances the compound's effectiveness against a specific disease state, and each successive dilution through succussion increases the vibrational energy targeted at the disease state. He also devised the LM system, which isn't used very much anymore, and this is a highly diluted system of dilutions. It was discussed in that sixth edition of the Organonin. Now we go to Constantine Herring, born in 1800 on January 1st, and he passed away in 1880. Constantine Herring is considered the father of American homeopathy. In 1817, only 17 years old, he attended the Surgical Academy of Dresden for 3 years. And then he studied medicine from 1820 to 1826 in Leipzig. And he repeated the provings and undertook other practical experiments as part of his research. Herring suffered a dissecting wound on his hand that became inflamed and infected, and the treatment at the time was for amputation. But Herring undertook a series of homeopathic treatments that resulted in recovery, and he wrote his doctoral thesis on this, on the medicine of the future, and he declared himself a homeopath. He accidentally proved the remedy lechisis while handling the Bushmaster snake venom, and he hypothesized that disease products, viruses, or venoms could be prepared using Hahnemann's method of curing diseases. He self-tested the lechisis in higher attenuations on his left side, and he unwittingly paralyzed his right side with this. So I'm not sure how many today would do that kind of thing, but back then that was the way it was done. Herring came to the United States in 1833 and settled down in Philadelphia, and he was the founder of that Hahnemann Medical College of Pennsylvania. In 1879, he began organizing his notes into a classic work called The Guiding Symptoms of Our Materia Medica, and that's a term we're all familiar with. And it was published posthumously in 1891. He was the first also, just as an aside, to use nitroglycerin for chest pain and also for headaches. And if you know how nitroglycerin works, if you don't have heart disease or cardiac disease or coronary artery disease, and you use nitroglycerin, it will cause a headache. The motto that he carried throughout was, "The force of gentleness is great." So instead of these, overpowering antibiotics that we use in the allopathic medical world, and then, as you know, bacteria and viruses like to live, so they keep morphing into different ones. So we have to keep making more and more powerful ones. When we use the gentle force, we seem to get further with much less harm to the host or the individual. Healing occurs in a constant, he's got three basic laws. Healing occurs in a constant pattern. Homeopaths use these laws to recognize when healing is happening. The pattern is recognized by acupuncturists also for many years, and practitioners of herbalism also use these three laws. The first law, healing moves from the mental and emotional levels and vital organs to the external parts like the skin and the extremities. And so basically what he's saying here is that healing comes from the inside out. And the law works because the body tries to preserve itself by depositing disease residues in the least harmful places, such as the skin, connective tissues, and joints. The body only allows the disease to affect vital organs when it is overpowered, and even then it tries to protect the heart and the brain. When a person's vital organs are affected, it indicates a weak vital force and a prolonged cure. During treatment, symptoms will retreat from the vital areas to the less vital areas, potentially ending with a healing reaction in the skin. So disease starts from the inside out, and then healing starts from the inside out. The second law says that healing symptoms come and go in the reverse order of their appearance. So homeopaths notice that patients re-experience older symptoms with the latest ones disappearing first. This process continues until all of the unresolved health issues are gone, even those from early childhood. And this is not unlike, as we mature, and I'm getting there myself, we're able to remember what happened 30 years ago, 40 years ago, but ask me what I did last week, and I'll look at you like you had three heads. And that's actually Herring's second law. This is called the reverse progression of symptoms. The reversal of symptoms is not unique to homeopathy, and we see it in all sorts of areas of life, and in the example that I just gave you. The third law is symptoms move downward, disappearing from the head first, then the thighs, then the knees, then the ankles, and the foot. So we skip the vital organs, but it goes from the head down. This pattern is often seen when pain moves from the abdomen to the hip, to the thigh, to the knee, and then out the foot. It's based on a similar principle of the first law. The most vital areas are in the head and the upper body. The less vital areas are in the extremities. And while it's crucial for physicians, the patients don't really seem to care one way or the other. As the symptoms change in accordance with Herring's law, it's common for individual symptoms to become worse than before treatment. So things get worse before they get better. And we've seen this over and over again in just about every healing discipline. If healing is truly in progress, the patients feel stronger and generally better in spite of the aggravation. And before long, the symptoms of the aggravation pass, and they leave the person healthier on all levels. This would be somebody who has a chronic mold infection or some sort of chronic disease state. And once we start getting to the root of the problem and foreign particles and inflammatory particles get released into the bloodstream to be released, the patient gets what we call a Herxheimer reaction. So it looks like they're getting worse before they get better. Edward Bach, some of my favorite remedies. So Dr. Bach studied medicine at the University College of Hospital in London, and he was a surgeon there. He earned his a PhD at Cambridge. He was a bacteriologist and a pathologist. And I'm sure most of us have learned of the Bach flower remedies. As a bacteriologist and a later pathologist, he worked on vaccines and homeopathic nosodes, and there are 7 Bach nosodes. In 1930, he gave up his Harley Street practice and left London, and he determined to devote the rest of his life to this new system of medicine that he found in nature. He found remedies for specific mental states and emotional ones one by one. He treated patients' personalities and feelings, relieved their unhappiness and physical distress by unblocking their body's natural healing. His life had a seasonal pattern: spring and summer for finding and preparing remedies, and winter for helping and advising others. In 1934, he moved to Mount Vernon in Oxfordshire, and it was in the lanes and fields around there that he found his remaining 19 Bach flower remedies. He had some emotional issues that he suffered himself, and he would try various plants and flowers until he found a single plant that could help him. And this way, through his own maladies, he completed his life work. I'm not going to read through these. These are the Bach flower remedies, and I'm sure most of us have used all of these at one time. I like to use the olive one. We use this for exhaustion and for fatigue. I use that one quite frequently. Wild oat also for patients who are uncertain about which way they want to go in life. And this is a favorite one for me here. Centaury is for the inability to say no. I think probably a lot of us could use that one on a regular basis. So these are all the Bach flower remedies. And this one up here, agrimony, this is rescue remedy, which is probably the most famous of the Bach flower remedies. Dr. Schussler, of the Schussler salts fame, studied medicine at the University of Berlin, Paris, and Gießen, and also Prague. He got his MD degree in 2.5 years. By the way, I got my DO degree in 3 years, so I'm only a little bit behind him, but that was a long time ago. He started his practice as a homeopathic physician in Oldenburg, and in 1873, he published the General Homeopathic Journal, volume 86, page 91, the first treatise on his new healing system under the title An Abridged Homeopathic Therapy. In 1874, he wrote his first book, An Abridged Therapy based on physiology and cellular pathology, and that carried him to sort of worldwide fame. He was influenced by 2 prominent scientists of his era, and he created his own belief systems that fixing the body's inorganic salts will heal the cells and in turn the entire body. And his influencers were Virchow, who had established cell pathology, and also Professor Molschott, who emphasized that the structure and health of organs rely on inorganic elements. Dr. Schussler discovered 12 tissue salts, which are vital mineral constituents present in human cells. And we use these commonly all the time. These salts were originally discovered by analyzing the remains of cremated patients. A lack of these cell salts will cause an imbalance in the body, which lead to various illnesses. These cell salts are prepared by finely grinding them in a process called titration. Schussler's treatment is called biochemic therapy. It uses the 12 salts that were originally homeopathic. The salts are used in a potentialized form like homeopathic drugs. The biochemic salts replenish cell and tissue deficiencies, and they stimulate the vital force to fight disease. Schussler's therapy focuses on physical issues. Homeopathy addresses vital or spiritual imbalances. Here are the 12 salts, and you'll recognize a lot of these. I mean, I use probably almost all of these at some time, almost every day. Couple of concepts: homeopathic dilutions, succussion, repolarization, and miasms and sora. So preparations. Nosodes are homeopathic remedies prepared from foreign materials that stimulate or are agents causing disease. Sarcodes are homeopathic remedies prepared from various tissues. And isodes are homeopathic remedies prepared from an intended patient's own tissues. So almost like, today we have stem cells. You can use autologous stem cells. We can use placental stem cells. Um, everything new is old, is actually old. The dilutions reduce the compound's concentration in saline or ethanol while increasing its energetic potency to correct body's imbalances. The principle is supported by scientific findings that diluted molecules, although no longer physically present, leave a memory or an energetic imprint. And the dilutions in the homeopathic scale are usually an X or D, C, M, and LM. X or D are 1 part solute to 9 parts solvent, or 1 to 10 concentration. C dilutions are 1 part solute to 99 parts solvent, or 1 to 100. M dilutions are 1 part solute to 999 parts solvent, or 1 to 1,000. And the LM dilutions are extremely high potencies of 1 part to 50,000 parts. Notice here the X and D, the dilution will go by the number of zeros in the dilution part. So to convert from one to another, 2M equals 3C equals 6X. So again, count the number of zeros. 6X is 6 dilutions, or 6 times 1 to 110, or 1 to 1 million. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3C is 3 100ths, which is 3 times 2 is 6. So there's 6 here. 2M is 2 to 1 to 1,000, or 2 times 3. And so these are all the same dilution. Avogadro's number becomes important. This is an atomic mass, and the number of atoms in a substance equals its atomic mass in grams. And homeopathic dilutions over 8M, 12C, or 24XD, so remember that's 24 1 and 24 zeros, have no particles left in the original substance. So that way we can keep straight the dilution. I'm trying to go back here to look at that again, and it's not going back. Okay. So anybody have any comments or questions so far? Okay. So succussion. We mentioned this a little bit earlier from Dr. Hahnemann. Succussion is the mechanical shaking of a diluted compound. A strong shaking is better. You can do it mechanically, or you can do it physically. The shaking releases energy and creates a molecular input. The remedy gains energetic properties. These properties help treat ailments by affecting the vital force. Just as an aside, I do platelet-rich plasmas. One of the treatments that we do is we draw blood, we spin it down, we get the platelets out, the growth factors, and we use that for various treatments. And when we do the drawing of the blood and the mechanical drawing out of the plasma with the growth factors, we shake the tube rigorously. And so even today, with our modern ways of doing things, we're actually doing succussion. The mechanism of actions isn't really defined definitively. Studies indicate that biological organisms and water-based solutions change when they're treated with shaken homeopathic remedies, as I just mentioned. Magnetic fields or bioenergetic systems are one way to look at succussion. Succussion affects out the alcohol phase of an ethanol water solution. It changes in magnetic fields are recorded at constant oscillation frequencies. And again, comparisons are made with unsuccessful dilutions comparing the same solute. We get much more potent remedies when we mix them up and when we do this succussion. Dr. Shinyin Lo identified unique stable ice crystals formed during succussion, and these crystals maintained an electrical field, and he studied them from a range of 6 to 13x. Um, Use the lowest dose possible. I think that's probably self-evident. Arden-Schultz law: the small amounts stimulate, medium amounts slow down, and large amounts can be harmful. So the idea can apply to low doses of homeopathic remedy. The best dose are the smallest ones that bring out the wanted effect and avoid side effects. Remedies shouldn't be repeated if possible. Larger doses or taking them for a long period of time usually isn't needed and might even be harmful. Repertorization: the use of clinical skills to ferret out the primary root of patient's problem and prescribe the specific remedy based on this. So Dr. Zarrin is well trained in this. I pull my hair out trying to decide, which remedies to go, because there are 47 different rabbit holes that you can go down. There are computer programs that are programmed to help you along. How they did it back in the 1800s is really beyond me. If you ever seen a repertorization, you know that do they have thick phlegm? Do they have thin phlegm? Do they get up early in the morning? Do they get up late in the morning? I mean, the Materia Medica goes into that type of detail. Clinical experience is the best way to learn, and it requires excellent history taking, and you must be able to pick up on minutia of great importance. And so, one who's been doing this for 20, 30, 40 years is going to be better at it than someone who is new at it, but stick to it. When I've learned a new skill, it's always taken me at least 5 years before I actually feel somewhat comfortable with it. And that was either homeopathy, acupuncture, or even one of my great loves now, which is hormonal optimization. Miasms are hereditary changes often caused by infectious diseases or environmental factors in previous generations. They influencing our susceptibility to illnesses. They can be acute or chronic. Chronic miasms are capable of producing degenerative illnesses, autoimmune diseases, and lead the organism toward an immunodeficient disorder. There's three chronic types of miasms that Hahnemann introduced in 1828. There's psora, which is the itch miasm; psychosis, note the spelling, which is the gonorrheal miasm; and syphilis, which is the chancre miasm. So notice that, the emphasis on sexually transmitted diseases, which was quite a problem at that time. Later, there was added a pseudosora for tuberculosis, and each of these had specific characteristics. Psora: when an external skin tissue like an itch is pushed inward by the body, it can turn into a more serious illness. Some main ideas: in many patients, something within their bodies disrupts the usual course of disease. Sometimes the normally effective homeopathic remedies don't work as expected. Often when a skin disease goes away, it can lead to more serious issues in vital organs. There appears to be a connection between the skin and the internal organs. And if you know anything about acupuncture, five-element therapy, you know that the skin, the lungs, and the upper digestive system are all interrelated. So, also in the alternative medicine world, internal GI disruptions, the microbiome also plays out as skin diseases. The main forms of psora are tubercular scrofola and rachitic diatheses. I don't think we see too much of that anymore these days. Psora makes tissues vulnerable, weakens resistance to infection, and reduces germ-fighting abilities of cells and fluids. The anti-psoric remedies help restore this defense and protect the body from external attacks. Psora is hereditary, affecting vital fluids and contributing to chronic diseases passed on through generations. Hereditary influences body constitution and predisposes individuals to certain conditions. Generally, psora tends to produce irritation, inflammation, and hypersensitivity. Physically, it tends to make the organism toxic, the skin unhealthy, and perverts the functions of the digestive and eliminative organs. In the modern world, we would probably call this mast cell activation syndrome. And what you would see is hypersensitivity to a lot of different fabrics, food additives, and patients with high histamine levels. Temperament tends to be full of pseudoscientific, philosophical, and political and religious ideas, self-expressive, talkative, self-deception, and many think they are full of genius, yet they seem foolish and impractical to others. Pain is itchy, crawly, tickling, or burning. So when pain is tickling or crawling, that's usually a nerve issue. When it's burning, that's usually no, I got that wrong. When it's burning, it's usually a nerve issue. When it's crawling or tickling, that's usually a vascular issue. Discharge is fairly scanty and irritating and itchy, and the skin is rough, dry, unhealthy. Every little injury becomes infected, and the lesions are itchy and have scanty pus. When you see a condition like this, think of internal organism, GI disruption, food sensitivities. Pseudosora generally tends towards tuberculars, fibrosis, and suppuration. Physically, they tend to produce pipe stem bones, narrow chest, sunken cheeks, and sparkling eyes. Temperament tends to be romantic, erotic, socially extroverted, cosmopolitan, erratic, optimistic, but they're always dissatisfied and want to change jobs, change places, etc. Pains are neurologic, sharp, piercing, and twisting. Discharge is pussy, purulent, and yellow, and the skin is translucent, fine, smooth, bruises easily, and lesions bleed easily, and has excessive pus. Psychosis is towards infiltrations, indurations, and overgrowth. They have to cause heavy bones, water retention, overgrowth of tissues, and slow metabolism. The temperament tends to be pessimistic, a hard realist, skeptical, secretive, suspicious, jealous, and they have fixed ideas and a hidden self-disgust. Pains are sudden, intense, tense, spasmodic, crampy, and colicky. Discharge is purulent, briny-like, has a fishy odor, and has a watery green. Skin is full of warts, flecks, moles, growths, dark discolorations with overgrowth of hair. Generally, syphilis is generally towards granulation, degeneration, and ulceration. Physically, they tend to cause congenital defects, asymmetrical bony structure deformities, deformed teeth, and a classic bulldog face. Temperament tends towards a mixture of madness and genius with a deep sense of irony. They become guilty, self-destructive, and end in idiocy, insanity, or suicide. Pains seem lacking for the condition present or are deep, aching, and agonizing. Discharge is usually foul and offensive. The skin has a brown, reddish, or copper spots, eruptions that do not itch, and a tendency towards easy ulceration. Miasms can be defined and divided into modern terms. Those are caused by continuing stress factors, disorders upheld by maintaining causes, which by their nature are not necessarily true. Those caused by drug toxicities and faulty treatment, so iatrogenic influences. Those caused by infections, naturally causes, and those caused by environmental toxins, which are the thousands of potential harmful chemicals we've developed over the last 50, 60 years. Vaccine miasmas caused by compulsory immunization. A lot of these can be difficult to treat, and they can be intermingled. Classic versus modern homeopathy, single versus multiple remedies, classic remedies versus application of homeopathic principles. And homeopathic mother tinctures are pure preparations of the original substance in its natural form, the lowest possible dilution of a homeopathic remedy. So, in conclusion, as with acupuncture and herbalism, homeopathy rests on the foundation of the vital force, life energy, or as the traditional Chinese medicine, as I mentioned, qi. It exists within each organism and is the source of health. Illness is a disruption of this energy. External symptoms are associated with conditions or illnesses, are the body's attempt to heal itself. Homeopathic remedies work to induce self-healing, and it's understood that homeopathy is a method of diagnosis and treatment rather than a philosophy. According to its founders, it can and should be evaluated by how well it works. We have home care homeopathy, allergy desensitization, chemical and medical detoxification, and then the pre-manufactured medications. We like to heal products when we can get them. They're difficult to get now in the U.S., but we use boron and BHI quite frequently. Just as an aside, where I live, the state of Nevada actually has a homeopathic medical license that anybody can apply to. You don't have to live in Nevada. It's a legitimate U.S. Medical license. It covers homeopathy and alternative medicine. Is an added shield for those of us that practice alternative medicine. So when the allopathic community comes after us for practicing quote unquote outside of the scope of medicine, we have so things like we do ozone therapy, we do neural therapy, prolotherapy, and even regenerative medicine and homeopathy. It actually is covered by this statute here. There's a website if anybody's interested in it. You don't have to be a resident, and it is actually classified as a board certification. And you will get, and I just received mine, an HMD. So with that, I'd like to thank everybody. You can get me at drbill9@gmail.com. There's my phone number. I hope that was a good introduction, and let Dr. Zarrin take it from there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Clearfield. It was amazing. Now we will go on to Dr. Zarrin's presentation. The floor is yours, Dr. Zarrin.
Thank you so much, Dr. Clearfield. That was wonderful. And thanks, Poria. Any questions anybody has? So quickly. Otherwise, I'm going to share my presentation. Okay. Am I sharing my presentation?
You are.
Yes.
Okay, so let me just see here. Okay, you made it easier for me, Dr. Clearfield. You went through a lot of laws and principles. I just want to let you know, doctors, that my presentation is going to be way over time, I guess, because what I always do is to start from the philosophy of healing, and including all the principles and natural laws behind philosophy of healing. And then gradually, I get into the main part of my talk, which is homeopathy. And also, I think you all know me. I don't have to introduce myself. But for some of you who just joined us, yes, I'm Dr. Zarrin. I'm the founder of Homeopathy Nutrition Clinic in 2004, founder of Integrative Medicine and Nutrition in 2015, and the founder of Bioquantum Academy in 2018. I'm the founder of International Homeopathy and Integrative Medicine Educational Platform in 2023. And also I had a campaign, a national campaign in Canada, and I was the director and leader of the national campaign in 2022. And currently I'm the chairperson, head of scientific committee, and a speaker at the Academy's international conferences since I started from 2024. So it's a brief introduction. So let's get to the word of homeopathy. The difference, I'm going to talk about the differences between homeopathy and allopathy, because a lot of attendees or participants today, they're coming from allopathic backgrounds. And to respect to all of you, whatever I say in my presentations, I would like to make a disclaimer here that I am not pinpointing any allopaths. And if there is any criticism or anything, it just goes to the system. And that has nothing to do with medical doctors. So in homeopathy, the main slogan that I have is treating the person, not the disease. Treating the sick, not the sickness. So I just want to ask Puriya. Puriya, is my session is recording?
Yes, it's being recorded.
Okay, so today we're going to talk about the core principles of homeopathy, and what is going to be covering is we're covering philosophy of healing, principles of healing, natural laws, concept of cure. Dr. Clearfield said that allopaths or medical doctors cannot say the terminology cure. So cure has nothing to do with me. Cure has nothing to do with any doctors. Cure is the principles of healing that is happening inside each human body. We are here to just assist it. We are here to just give them the right tools or rewinding mechanisms. So we clearly and confidently using the terminology of cure, because every single human being can cure themselves. We talk about history of homeopathy because it's very important to understand the history of any modalities or any domain, that what the pioneers went through, what did they do for us to be at this present moment. History is something that brought me so much clarity and transparency about homeopathy. If I didn't go through history, maybe something was missing. So science of homeopathy, which is science of quantum physics and science of water, is very important to understand in order to understand homeopathy. Yes, we are homeopaths, we are practitioners, say homeopathy works. But there are a lot of many people that they're coming from different backgrounds. They want to know how it works and what's the science behind it. So unfortunately, from past decades, homeopathy has been attacked by the mainstream, by the pharmaceutical industry, and they did not allow it to come to the mainstream in order to researchers getting involved on this very vital and intelligent system of medicine. So it's our responsibility as homeopaths to do so. I personally had a thorough research on science of homeopathy, which is published in our official website and also in Homeopathy and some other universal journals. So the art of homeopathy, it's very important for whoever wants to get into the world of homeopathy. What's the art of homeopathy? Because every medical practice is a mixture of science and art. The science of every single medical modality is unchanging, but the art, it goes from each practitioner to each practitioner, with different approaches, could be different. Also, we're going to talk about chronic diseases, which is the miasm, is a terminology for chronic diseases, can be explained by homeopathy. Also, we get into preparation of homeopathic medicine, homeopathic case taking, repertorization, which is the process of finding our simillimum medicine, and also homeopathic prescription and administration, which is the most vital part of a homeopath practice. And also we're going to talk about dosage, potency, repetition of the homeopathic medicine, and also the follow-ups, the break that people have to go on, and also if the repeat is needed or the maintenance. The common question that I often been asked is homeopathy placebo? Absolutely not. Is homeopathy a medicine? Absolutely yes. Is homeopathy scientific? For sure, yes. Does homeopathy work? Absolutely. Is homeopathy herbal medicine? No. Is homeopathy natural, safe, and effective? Yes. Does homeopathy have side effects? No. Homeopathy has aggravations, which I'm going to talk about it, but has no side effects. Does homeopathy have, is homeopathy approved by WHO? Yes. Does homeopathy works with allopathy? Yes and no. I can explain it to you later. So is homeopathy alternative medicine? I don't understand what this question is. Alternative to what? Homeopathic is a full-fledged system of medicine and is not alternative to any other system of medicine. is a true medicine and has its own principle, has its own foundation, has its own laws, prescription, and everything. So it's a full-fledged system of medicine. Is homeopathy the same as naturopathy? Absolutely not. So, and what is the ethics and medical ethics and scope of practice in homeopathy? That Bioquantum Academy has the Department of Medical Ethics, that how homeopaths should practice. So the philosophy of healing, as I mentioned earlier, treating the sick, not the sickness. We do not go after the disease. We are not going to go fight with the disease. Actually, we are going similar to the disease. This is a whole different philosophy than allopathic model. That is, they say opposite cures opposite. We say no, similar cures similar. So a philosophy of healing is all about regeneration, repair, harmony, homeostasis, and balanced life, which we get it. We can have it by homeopathy. So let me just get into the philosophy quickly. We always say we are not healers. Homeopaths, doctors are not healers. We are nature's assistants, especially homeopaths, especially the physicians who are working in a natural domain. We say nature heals and physician assists. Physicians are not healers. They are the nature assistants teaching and helping the sick to heal. Physicians are educators. Actually, the term, the word doctor means educator, not a prescriber. The past 125 years, they completely changed the job and the responsibility of a doctor to be a prescriber for the big pharma. We are not. We are educators. We educate people actually not to get sick by prevention, and actually when do your best not to need any medicine, even homeopathy. The best doctor is who teaches the sick not to need medicine. The human body heals itself according to the laws of nature. We are absolute part of nature, and we follow the same laws and principles. And the laws of nature is absolute. Without exception, every single human being has the power, has the ability to heal itself. It just needs some mechanism, it just needs some right tools and some interventions in order to activate that healing power. This healing power just needs to be assisted, activated, supported, and directed properly by the help of right system of medicine. I would like to get to the quote from the Dr. Henneman, which is the famous quote in his Organon of the Medical Art. The highest ideal of cure is a rapid, gentle, and permanent restoration of health. That is the lifting and annihilation of the disease. Lifting and annihilation of the disease means removing the disease, not suppressing the disease. Annihilation means completely destroying the disease in its entire extent. Not just one symptom here, one symptom there. The whole disharmony and the whole internal disease should be annihilated. In shortest, most reliable, and safest way according to the healing principles. The physician's highest and only calling is to help the sick to become healthy, to cure, as it's called. So the father of homeopathy, which we are the follower of him, calling cure. So we use the word cure confidently because we are here to help them to cure themselves. So the laws of nature is absolute, as I mentioned earlier, and they are the principles which govern the natural phenomena of the world. So all the universal laws, natural laws, they're all over the world, and they're governing the natural phenomena. So health is a natural phenomenon, so is disease, is phenomena. So everything is governed by the laws of nature. The laws of nature are absolute and never follows man-made rules. Don't fool your healing power. Don't fool your healing abilities by having medications, drugs, synthetic, laboratory-made drugs. Don't fool them because they don't follow it. You're suppressing them, yes, in order to manage it, but you're not removing the disease. The disease actually goes much further into the deeper into the body, and it's gonna come out way more malignant. Human being is absolute part of nature and follows. Just give me sometimes here to, sorry guys that I did not share my slides in a full. Is that everybody can see my slides?
The slide is full right now.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. I wish that one of you could just mention it and remind me. So human being is absolute part of nature and follows the same laws and principles as naturally programmed as a piece of life. Don't interfere with the natural laws. Let's govern the body. Just help it. Just help it to be stimulated, activated, and directed. Man-made rules such as administration of synthetic artificial drugs that causes suppression of symptoms in order to manage the disease, such as artificial inoculation, cutting tissues, removing organs, burning cells, freezing tissues, and lifetime intoxication by medication are the violation of these natural laws. Violation of the natural laws causes dormancy and deactivation of inner healing power. That's what we see. Autoimmune disease is skyrocketing because of this, because we have giant army in our system, immune system, and is unfortunately is the law of healing is being violated by medication for such a long time, and the immune system and army is sleeping. So that's what happened, autoimmunity. So these are something that healing and cure is a natural phenomenon and always follows the natural laws and principles. Healing and restoration of health is based on these healing principles and natural laws. Any system of medicine that violates these principles, healing principles, is killing people. Managing symptoms, suppressing symptoms, managing the disease is the violation of this. Homeopathic core principles were established according to these natural laws without deviation and violation. The moment you deviate, the moment you violate these principles, you're already making the person semi-death. Your body intelligently and artificially heals you with no effort when you activate your healing power to remove the disease and restore internal harmony. The physicians have to help patients to remove the disease. We do it only with homeopathy. With the help of other modalities as well, because homeopathy cannot do miracle if everything else is terrible, such as food, such as water, such as exposure to so many environmental factors and intoxications. But homeopathy is the only system of medicine can remove the disease from within. In addition to the following the healing laws and principles, we also must act on a timely manner. Don't leave the patients to go beyond healing points. And we have to act on a timely manner to restore internal homeostasis by getting help from right rewinding mechanism, because doctors were not going to go forward according to the concept of opposite cures opposite. We are going backwards based on the concept of similar cures similar, or like cures like. So we take the person back to the time that the body was healthy. So we need a right rewinding mechanism, right activation tools, right prescription, and correct administration from naturally derived substances, which is called medicine or remedy. We don't call homeopathy medications or drugs. We call them remedy. The remedy means is activating the healing power. Homeopathy provides us all these tools. Healing is the art of human body. Is not, no physician can create this in anybody. The body is born, is designed to heal itself. And the healing ability is endowed in all living beings, including plants, animals, humans, by nature without exception. And there is no such a thing that I have the healing power and somebody else doesn't. We are equally endowed with the same healing power. The problem is that our approach to life makes it different. Never underestimate the healing power of human body at any phase of disease, no matter its early or benign phase, degeneration, advanced, or malignant phase. At any phase of the disease, human body can heal itself. We do not heal or cure from outside. We don't need any medications from outside because the body, human body, is a giant manufacturer of all the required materials to make hormones, to make enzymes, to make neurotransmitters, to make large molecules such as protein, and many, many, many more. So we have a manufacturer in our body. We just have to activate this giant manufacturer. Body heals and cures itself from within by the help of using right mechanism, such as homeopathy, to activate this inner giant manufacturer. Do we need any manufacturer from outside? Do we need somebody comes to heal us? Absolutely not. So generally, healing, it means alignment. Alignment is based on the law of holism. When we say holistic approach, holistic law means we are following the law of holism. The human body is not just the physical body. It has mental body, emotional body, a spiritual body, which follows the law of holism. And all dimensions must work together in unity in order to keep the human body alive and healthy. Health is equal alignment between all these bodies. Alignment between physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual or non-physical bodies. The problem is in the mainstream medicine, they don't talk about this. They don't teach this. They don't educate doctors about these dimensions of human body. They're just focusing on the physical body and the manifestation of the disease on the physical body, and they try to manage the physical body. But how about the rest of the human body? When anything happens to physical body, there is an alteration in the mental body. It can cause emotions and alter the emotional bodies. These are all working in harmony and together. Homeopath takes all the bodies into consideration in order to heal the person. Health is equal alignment between all these dimensions, focusing only on physical manifestation or symptoms of disease and ignoring the other dimensions will never restore health. You can never remove the disease if you just focus on the physical body. If somebody comes to you with complaints of arthritis, for example, if you just go with arthritic modality or just the pain in order to alleviate the pain, you're not annihilating the disease. The disease actually goes much further. The pain might gone. You may block the receptor of the pain and the person feels great because the pain is gone. But what happened to the main inflammation that is going to circulate in the body and is going to come back in tenfold somewhere else? We must regularly tune the body's physical, mental, emotional, and subtle body into the right frequency. A human body is like a radio that has to have a right frequency in order to hear. So we always have to tune our body into the right frequency. My frequency is different than your frequency, different than the other's frequency. But all of us, we have a certain level of frequency. That's why homeopath has to find that frequency in order to match the disease in that particular individual to the frequency of the homeopathic medicine. So healing never occurs without those actions. You have to bring the body, all the bodies, into homeostasis in order to remove the disease. The moment the body comes into homeostasis, there is no such a disease left. That's an art. That's called the medical art. Homeopaths are artistically doing that. So let's get to the concept of disease and health. So I'm going to walk you through all this philosophy in order to understand what I'm coming from and what homeopathy is all about. Otherwise, there are many, many questions left if we don't understand the concept. Disease and health are two sides of one coin or two opposite poles of one phenomenon. It's absolutely happens in the same person. It happens in the same body, sometimes sick, sometimes healthy. So it's still in the same individuals. These are like a coin. One coin with two sides. One is absolutely goes to this direction, negative direction. One is on the right side or positive direction. In order to understand the process of healing, we should understand the opposite pole, the process of disease. That's why a process of disease, we have the table, we have evolutionary table of the disease that comes from the benign phase and moves to malignant phase. So we have to understand where the person is what phase of disease the person is. That's very important. Disease is a state of internal imbalance, disharmony, chaos, or dis-ease. When we say disease, means the body is not at ease. At all physical, emotional, mental, and energy body. That's called law of holism. Imagine if you have broken bones you get burned or something, all of a sudden it affects and alters your mind. Your mind becomes anxious, your mind becomes fearful. So these two are all the bodies affecting each other. The same thing with the mental bodies affecting the physical bodies. So we must have adequate knowledge of biochemistry for physical body and science of quantum physics for non-physical bodies. The reason that I'm talking about, because when we want to get to the science of homeopathy, we have to understand the non-physical aspect of healing, not physical aspect of healing. Physical aspect of individuals, its manifestation and presentations of the disharmony within you. But we have to understand the non-physical body that is running the show. So the interrelation of these two sciences, biology, chemistry, and quantum physics, are essential for homeopaths to understand how to help people heal. Disease is created on the primary side. Disease always creates, it's one disease. Human body has only one disease, not thousands. One disease, we call them inner or internal disharmony, with God knows how many thousands of manifestations of disease according to the predisposition, tendency, individual traits, lifestyle, nutrition, environmental factors. So many different reasons the disease kind of manifests. The manifestations are symptoms. Unfortunately, the mainstream medicine, they just look on the symptoms and they try to quieten the symptoms. When you quieten the symptoms, you're shutting up the vital language of the body. Yes, the person feels better because the pain is gone. But where is going to go? What caused the pain? Pain is originated from a primary source. Where is it going to go? It's going to circulate in the body. So disease is created on the primary side within the body and manifests itself on the secondary side as symptoms. Could be organs, could be tissues, could be digestive system, could be skin, could be heart, could be adrenal glands, could be liver, could be kidneys. The battleground is chosen based on the individuality. That's why in homeopathy, individualization is the law. According to each individual, we have to come up with the prescriptions, because not even two identical twins in 8.5 billion human beings on this planet, they have the same fingerprints. So the same thing with frequencies. They don't have the same level of frequencies. That's why individualization in homeopathy is the law. Therefore, we should look into it fundamentally and treat the diseased body as a whole. Disease is one internal disharmony that creates countless manifestations of disease, which is called symptoms. Homeopaths do not touch the symptoms. Homeopaths do not care about the medical terminology. Homeopaths read the symptoms, understand the symptoms, put them together in order to understand the patients. Because we treat the patients, not the disease. So symptoms are guiding us to understand the patient, to understand the individual. Reductionism approach, reactive medicine, and anti-disease treatments in allopathic model always fails. I'm telling you confidently that always fails, especially in chronic conditions. They have no solutions in chronic conditions. The only solution they have to manage it by suppressive methods, suppressive medications. Symptoms are the language of your body and a holistic messaging system that should never be silenced by medications. The moment you silence your vital language of the body, you are sicker than before. Symptoms are your survival and should carefully be listened, understood, and directed. That's what the job of a homeopath. Suppressing the symptoms of disease by synthetic drugs in order to manage the disease will never remove the disease by creating a new disease. We call it fixed or complex disease, which Dr. Honeyman is beautifully talked about it in his Organon of Medical Arts. So Organon of Medical Arts says, the most difficult disease is a complex disease that is being created by pharmaceutical drugs. Complex disease moves deeper within the body that is much harder than natural disease to be removed. Natural disease is not hard to be removed as long as you're removing it on a timely manner with the right mechanism. It's not hard. Healing is not hard to get back. The hard part comes that the healing ability has been suppressed and the whole body is in a suppressive state. That's why people are on medication for a lifetime, because they have no solution to remove the complex disease that they created. Now, it's the job of homeopaths to understand the natural disease than complex disease. That's why the question is homeopathy works with allopathy? No. If allopathy is going to create a complex disease constantly in an individual, and homeopath is trying to remove the natural disease, there is a fight. The vital force is going to give up. That the only time that is going to work is the time that you're getting the person off allopathic medications, tapering them off, weaning them off, or the time that the person does not want to go on allopathic medication, or they have been on it for a short period of time, such as 6 to 3 months. I would explain it much further later on. Symptoms are your survival and the communications between your inner wisdom. Do not underestimate your intelligence. Do not underestimate your wisdom. Human body has such a vigilant wisdom. And this language between your wisdom and physical body saving you at all times. Do not shut it up. By creating symptoms, the body tries to bring the internal harmony back within the body. Symptoms are your survival. Symptoms must not be suppressed by suppressive medications or artificial drugs at any time, because the most vital communication between your inner intelligence and physical body will be silenced. Therefore, disease evolves from benign phase to malignant phase. And ultimately, the body goes towards degeneration, destruction, and failure. Homeopathy, listen to the symptoms and understand the disease that's created in the patients. So benign phase normally happens in a physical, as a physical symptoms. And advanced disease, when it gets to the very advanced phases, by suppression, is the time that mental symptoms are rising. Mental disorders are the creations of complex diseases for a long time because of the suppressive methods, suppressive medications. So that's why myself, I had many mental disorders, and such as suicide, clinical depression for a long time, bipolarity, and so many others. I treated them successfully because I understand the complex disease. Manifestations of one internal disease or disharmony appears on physical, mental, emotional levels. The early benign to advanced phase of disease appears as physical symptoms. The suppressed disease alters the mind and appears as mental symptoms. When you see mental symptoms that persisting, such as people that they want to take their lives, it goes from embryonic time, it goes from conceiving time, embryonic time, infancy, babies, through life. They have gone through so much suppression. That's why homeopath's job is to bring the right rewinding mechanism to bring the person into the health states. Depression, anxiety, panic attacks, or any mental derangement is not a disease. They are the manifestation of suppressed internal disease. Disease presents as mental disorder by different presentations. Mental and emotional conditions are not separated from other classes of disease because in every phase of disease, the mental and emotional states is altered. Never drug up mental disorders, the most inhuman approach that we see it around the world. Mental disorders are the result of deepened disease through suppressed symptoms for a long time, as I said, from embryonic time to the adulthood. Homeopathy treats the person, not the disease. Homeopathy treats the person based on the totality of symptoms of physical, emotional, mental, and life energy force to understand an individual in order to destroy and remove the disease. Never masking the symptoms by artificial, suppressive, and toxic medication. Never blocking the receptors, such as pain receptor. Never block inflammation process, such as fever or rash. Remove the main disharmony by homeopathy. Collecting the totality of symptoms to understand the person in order to make a proper and correct understanding of disease in order to remove it on a timely manner. Symptoms are your survival and should never be suppressed, otherwise the disease evolves and depend into the body much further and forms a complex disease. Complex diseases are the result of allopathic model and administration of synthetic drugs for the past 125 years. That's why we see in modern societies the percentage and level of depression, mental disorders, suicide is skyrocketing. It all comes back to this complex disease. Disease always starts at the cellular level. We do not have functional level. The liver just itself doesn't get sick. The hepatocytes get sick. Disease always starts at the cellular level and manifests at the functional levels as symptoms. There is no functional disease to be treated functionally. That's why homeopathy does not treat the person functionally, treat the person cellularly. There are exceptions here. If there is any acute injury, trauma, accident, concussion, bleeding, broken bone, then it falls into the acute and trauma care. That's different. We are mostly talking about chronic diseases that disease starts at the cellular level. Disease has to hack the cells and hijack the DNA in order to cause mutation and create a disease. Otherwise, disease is not going to be formed. So this process is not functional. This process is cellular. So we have to get into the cells of the individual in order to cure. So generally, sickness is when the body is in the mistuned state. Healing and health is when the body is in tuned state. As I mentioned earlier, the human body is like a radio frequency. It always has to be tuning. You always have to tune it. Every day you get up in the morning, you have to tune your body in a right frequency in order to feel better, in order to feel good, and in order to run your life. So we do not need artificial drugs to tune ourselves. Tuning ourselves, it means bringing harmony and homeostasis in your body in the morning with a little bit of walking in nature, a little bit of prayers, a little bit of talking to your mom or your loved ones. It's tuning. So a lot of different mechanisms you can start with these are not medicines, but they act like medicines because everything that brings the body into homeostasis is called medicine or remedies. Talking to your loved ones also can be a medicine. Homeopathy tunes and brings harmony back to your body. So there's an example of the communications. I'd like to just mention it quickly that symptoms generally is not a disease. Symptoms can be presenting hypo, can be presenting hyper. They both are the same disease. But for example, in hyperthyroidism and hypothyroidism, there are two extreme poles of one phenomenon. Both. Like me as a homeopath, I do not treat hyperthyroidism different than hypothyroidism. My approach is adaptogenic because they both are the same disharmony, but with different presentations. It's like two different degrees of temperature in heat and cold. They both are temperature. Only one of them is lower temperature, one of them is higher temperature. The same thing with mental alterations such as anxiety and depression. There are two different emotions, but they're all coming from the same site. So I do not treat anxiety different than depression or any sort of emotions. For example, in one individual, weight loss and weight gain, there are two different degrees of weight. Diarrhea and constipation, two different of eliminations. Rapid pulse or low pulse, two different degrees of heart rate per minute. So all are one disease, but different symptoms and presentation. So homeopathy is an adaptogenic tool. So I would like to, with all my respects to all the allopaths who are helping to save lives, I salute them. I appreciate you that you have, because no physicians wants to harm. But unfortunately, the model violating the healing ability, healing principles, and unknowingly, a lot of physicians, following. And I just want to tell you that I personally appreciate for all the work that you can do to help, not to harm. So what is homeopathy? What is allopathy? First of all, let me just tell you, homeopathy and allopathy is the term that is been coined by Dr. Hahnemann. Prior to Dr. Hahnemann, there were no homeopathy and or allopathy. There were concepts of like cures, like from Hippocrates or Paracelsus, but the terminology of homeopathy and allopathy were coined by Dr. Hahnemann. What allopathic philosophy is? Opposite cures opposite. Means there is infection, antibiotics. There is viral infection, antiviral. There is fungal infection, antifungal. So we call it contrary concept. But homeopathic philosophy is completely different. It says similar to similar, similar cures, similar or like cures, like. It's a similar concept, similar to the disease. Why? How similar to the natural disease can remove the disease? I would explain to you how we can remove the disease by similarity. Homeopathy do not go to war with the disease. We're not going to hold a sword or gunshot and go after the disease with antibiotics or any materials. Homeopathy imitates the natural disease in similar fashion in order to create a new artificial version of natural disease, which is a very short-lived with the information of the disease, but much stronger force, much stronger in frequency level than the natural disease. So this is an art. This is an art how we can do it. We have to create a new disease, but is artificial and is not a disease. It's not a disease in nature. It's just mimicking the natural disease, but much stronger. Because in nature always, the stronger force removes the weaker force. So what we have to do with homeopathic medicine, to understand the patients with the totality of symptoms and find the simillimum, the most simillimum medicine to the natural disease, but a stronger frequency. When we take it, that stronger frequency always removes the lower frequency. This is the principles of prescriptions. So if you can see in this, I like this slides, I make it. So you see that there are two opposite concepts in medicine, and people around the world, especially physicians, are so confused about this. So allopathy is a contrary concept, goes with the fight. Homeopathy is a similar, goes with similarities. So you see that the opposite cures opposite, they're facing each other to fight. But in a similar concept, they pass each other. The stronger one is going to pass the weaker one, and the weaker one is going to be removed. This is the concept of homeopathy, which is completely opposite of allopathic system. So the reason that I'm saying homeopathy does not work when the person is on allopathic medications, because of this. You bring the vital force to fight, and you bring the vital force to remove. It's not going to happen. Then the vital force is going to get confused and is going to go silent, and practically the disease prevails. In cases that they are on allopathic medication for a long time, disease prevails. So it's just, there are many, many cases that homeopathy hits the wall, right? But there are many, many ways that even the people that they are on, because almost more than 90% of my patients, the past 20 some years, they came to me, they are on allopathic medications, but I have my art, how to do it. So I'm going to teach you. So science of physicality and the particles, and science of non-physicality, the quantum objects. So the whole purpose of this webinar is to understand, because homeopathy has been criticized, attacked, removed, killed by not understanding the science behind it. And this is unfortunately the bias and discriminative system that did not allow homeopaths to come into the research programs in order to make it more understanding for people who are looking for it. And they go against it because they all have this criticism that there is no particles in homeopathy. Absolutely no particles. Homeopathic solutions is not supposed to have particles in terms of to be detected by biology science or by chemistry science. But they have particles. Their particles change to waves or quantum objects. That's why understanding the quantum physics is very essential, especially for homeopaths, to explain it, because homeopaths are educated, to explain it to people. That's what's the difference between particles and quantum objects. Because homeopathy is diluted over Avogadro's numbers, so there is no particles. And there are some potencies you still can detect particles, such as 6CH, 12CH, or 9CH, or 4CH. But above 12CH, especially above 30CH, you cannot detect particles. So science of biology and chemistry is detecting physical body. Science of quantum physics, detecting non-physicality. Science of non-physicality, quantum object explains homeopathy. Can this powerful non-physical dimension of the human being be observed or measured by the science of biology and chemistry in labs? There is no such a thing. You cannot go after quantum objects in the chemistry lab or biology lab. Can naturally endowed wisdom, intelligence, consciousness, which is the subtle dynamic dimension of human being, be measured or observed in the chemistry lab? I'm sure that you all have loved ones. You have children, you have parents, you love your children, you love your parents. Can you go to the chemistry lab or biology lab, measure the level of love you have for your children, the measure of love you have for your parents? There is no such a thing. That's why it's the science of biology and science of chemistry or even classical physics that they cannot detect particles in homeopathy because they are short in understanding and principles of this science. So let's get to homeopathy. Word of homeopathy, the road to healing and health. Homeopathic medicine are intelligent medicine. They're gentle healing. They're natural, safe, effective, curing. They're available in most areas in the world that are affordable and accessible. So there is no excuse for homeopathy. The only excuse is lack of knowledge that homeopathy cannot go somewhere. What is homeopathy? Dr. Clearfield already mentioned about the origin of the terminology. The word homeopathy comes from the Greek language. Homeo means similar. Pathos or pathy means suffering. And its origins can be tracked back to the times of Hippocrates. I would explain to you what Hippocrates said. So when we say Hippocrates has a concept of like cures like, but not homeopathy. Homeopathy is full-fledged system of medicine made by Dr. Hahnemann. Homeopathy is the coin, is the terminology by Dr. Hahnemann. But the concept of like cures like or similar cures similar has been around from the beginning of life. I would give you an example of my childhood, that how my parents saved me with this concept of like cures like, and none of them was homeopath, none of them knew about this, but this concept has been around from 1,000 years ago. Dr. Hahnemann found that symptoms of a poisoning could be cured by administering the poison through a homeopathic preparations. The symptoms that the poison created can also be cured with the same poison in different concentration. It means that there is a substance that in a crude form, in original form, can make you sick. But when the same substance is being diluted and potentized beyond Avogadro's number, can cure the same disease. This is brilliant. This is called like cures like. So there is, as I said, the concept of like cures like, a law of similar, goes back 1,000 years ago. Hippocrates, 460 BCE, before Christian era, he says, illnesses arise by similar things, and by similar things can the sick be made well. This is the exactly the phrase that Hippocrates had made. Even Hippocrates, to a time, I guess, was practicing opposite cures opposite. But he came back to this concept that illnesses arises by similar things, and by similar things that illnesses can be removed. So he described like cures like. And also Paracelsus talked about the concept of similar. He's a Swiss physician. he called for return to Hippocrates because he was practicing opposite cures opposite. But these are genius people that they realize that this practice is harming people or not helping at all. So he called for return to Hippocrates principles like cures like as a sound rule for prescribing medicine. Paracelsus practiced opposite cures opposite, but he called for going back to the concept of similar in medicine, exactly the same as Dr. Hahnemann. Dr. Hahnemann was an allopath, was a medical doctor, but he called and he gave up his license. He gave up his allopathic practice, and he was completely converted to homeopath, to homeopathy, because he got to this point that opposite cannot cure opposite. As I said, in many cases, it's some case like emergency cases, we salute them. But in so many cases, such as especially chronic cases, they have never solution. So I would like to just talk about the natural medicine versus synthetic medications. With natural medicine, we call it remedy. Remedy means is healing. Medication means suppressing. So remedy is a natural medicine that activates healing power. Drugs or medication is artificial medication that suppresses the body. Homeopathy is a complete system of medicine naturally derived and is best choice for countless chronic diseases, acute conditions, emergency cases, malignancy, infectious diseases, epidemic, pandemic, autoimmunity disorders, and immunization for all ages, from babies to elderly. I have my patients, they're coming from babies, even they're still in their mother's womb. They come to me during infancy, during childhood, puberty, and goes to the elderly. A natural substance can stimulate, activate, support, detoxify, and help the human body to heal itself is called medicine. This natural substance can be a nutrient from food, can be naturally derived substance from plants, such as essence, sap, herbs, spice, or whatever. But we are talking about homeopathic medicine here. But remedy can apply to any substance that can help you heal. So homeopathy is a mixture of arts and science, like any other medical practices. So every medical practice is a mixture of science and art. Science and art are not separable. Homeopathy is a medical healing art and a mixture of science and art. To explain the science of homeopathy requires the fundamental understanding of the science of water and science of quantum physics. I personally have done a thorough research on the science of water and the science of quantum physics, proving homeopathy is not placebo and is truly scientific. I have created my clinical homeopathic art proving homeopathy works. Laws and science of homeopathy is solid and can never be explained or modified by any other areas of science such as biology, chemistry, or even classical physics. But the art aspect of homeopathy is variable from homeopath to homeopath because homeopaths do not have the same observations and same approaches. When I went to Germany for a symposium, we were almost 400, I don't know exactly the numbers, but that's how I remember, homeopaths from around the world. We went to exchange our knowledge in Germany, Anhalt, Anhalt in 2009. I'm going to show you the pictures. And when I listened to homeopaths, because they're presenting their cases, beautiful, wonderful cases, and very malignant and very difficult cases. And when I listened to them, and not two had the same approaches, but they all did amazing practice and amazing results. So, I mean, the science is solid, is principles, laws, and, solid. But again, how do you see the patient? Because we're treating the patient, we're not treating the disease. Again, my eyes might see a little bit different. But again, we are solid on the science and laws and principles and concept. The result is the same. So homeopathy is a scientific medical art, as I mentioned earlier. We treat the person, not the disease. It's a system of medicine that treats all kinds of imbalances and illnesses. It's a powerful system of medicine which works with the energy of life, or we call it vital force. Vital force is the terminology that Dr. Henneman mentioned in Organon of Medical Art. And if some of you are not familiar with vital force, it's energy of life, and produces genuine long-term cures in all kinds of diseases, from acute to chronic to malignancies. So homeopathy is not biased in the face of disease, any face of disease, from excretory or benign to deposition to the degeneration, and also to differentiation, which is we see it in cancer patients. We have answer. So homeopathic medicine is based on holistic principles, as I said, the totality of the persons, which means the medicines treat the person as a whole, not the disease as symptoms. This approach does not just treat single symptoms, but remove the internal disease from within by removing the existing natural disease. If a homeopath does not remove the disease, don't call yourself homeopath. If you're just doing a symptomology or just the keynote prescribing, you're still following the allopathic model. But homeopathy has its own model, and it should be kept correct, solid, with no violation or deviation. So homeopathic medicine activates the inner healing power, which is endowed in every single being by nature. Human ability to heal itself is a gift from nature. This natural healing ability removes the internal disharmony or so-called disease from within, sustain inner harmony, inner balance, homeostasis, and equilibrium in order to restore health. Homeopathy destroys and removes the human natural disease by the process of creating an artificial disease, which is not a disease, mimicking the disease, but stronger in frequency level than the natural disease. So this is an art of homeopaths to create that artificial disease, mimicking natural disease with a stronger force to remove and annihilate the disease. According to the natural laws and principles of healing, the stronger force destroys and removes the weaker force, which what we do in homeopathy. Homeopathic medicine is the second largest system of medicine around the world. So as we know, from 125 or 130 years ago, medicine has been monopolized by one mainstream, by one model, by pharmaceutical industry. And unfortunately, they did not allow homeopathy to play a part, because it's completely two different concepts, and homeopathy cures. So even though this whole medical market is monopolized and homeopathy has been attacked from left and right, but it still is the second largest system of medicine around the world. What explanation can you have for this? And if it was not monopolized medical market, it would be the first system of medicine around the world. And it's going to be the first system of medicine, not more than the next 10 years. I cannot give assurance, but I want to be confident about that. Homeopathic medicine is the second largest system of medicine, and it has been used by millions of people around the world, been prescribed by millions of homeopaths around the world. Homeopathy would have definitely been the first system of medicine globally in the medical system if the system was not monopolized. So now, we don't want to be in the system. We are not aiming to go with this in the system. We are creating a new system. Quantum Academy is the pioneer for this movement to create a new system. We call it homeopathy. If they invite us into the system, we reject it. Homeopathic medicine are applied according to the holistic healing principle and concept of cure. They are naturally derived, safe, gentle, healing, and curative at all levels of physical, mental, emotional. So this system must be understood fundamentally by the science of quantum physics, by the art of case-taking, by the philosophy behind it, and also by the principles of healing. So if any homeopath is lacking all those things, unfortunately, they cannot heal, cannot help the person. So what is the Hahnemannian method? It's a classical approach. We call it a classical approach. It's a Hahnemannian method. So 200 years ago, Hahnemann discovered, the similar concept, and also invented the full-fledged system of medicine. But by the time that he died, he was practicing only classical. But during these 200 years, like any other area of science, homeopathy evolved, and they created different system of medicine, such as homeopathy. So in classical approach, we collect the totality of symptoms of physical body, mental and emotional body, called patient characteristics. So by homeopathy case taking, we have to understand the person. If you don't understand the person that is diseased, if you don't understand the sick, you cannot help to remove the sickness. So by a totality of symptoms, we understand the person. We understand the chief complaints, the modality of the complaints, the peculiar symptoms, the generality of the person, such as digestion, sleep, energy, appetite, urination, body temperature, level of thirst, level of cravings for anything. These are all indications to homeopath to know the person. I often ask, why you're asking me about my cravings? Why you're asking me about my temperature? Why you're asking me about my appetite? I said, I want to know you, because I am treating you who is sick. I'm not treating the sickness or disease which is in you. I'm not going to go like that. So mental state of the person is very crucial to my practice, because when I want to treat the patients, if I have 10 rubrics of symptomology, 6 of them or 7 of them may be the mind symptoms. So mind symptoms such as childhood traumas, grief, depression, anger, fears, phobia, panic, claustrophobic, agoraphobic. So it's the time that disease deepens into the mind of the person and alter the mental state because of suppression of physical symptoms from embryonic time, that gives me clue to understand the person. The personality of the person as well, because personality is the layers and layers and layers and layers of experiences we have through lives. I call them GPS. So through GPS of personality, we can conduct our lives. We can find our road of life. So from childhood to any time to now, we have so much layers of personality. So I have to understand the personality of the person as well. That goes back to their domestic relationship. What kind of people are they sensitive? Are they hypersensitive? Are they indifferent? Are they kind, compassionate, affectionate? These are all give me some indication and clues to understand the person. So, and also the environmental factor, what kind of jobs they have, what kind of, occupation they're working in. For example, I had a patient with psoriasis, eczema, dermatitis, all the skin disorders in one. And he came to me with very malignant stage of skin disorders, and looking for cure, right? So for me, it's not a problem to help him. But when I asked him about his occupation, he said, I'm working in a chemical plants, chemical manufacturer. I said, no matter what I do, or no matter how much your healing power is going to activate it, but the environment is going to make you sick again. So you can hardly get back to your healthiest state if you got sick in the same environment. So these are something that the hard part of a homeopath. So I had to make him to get 1 year off from his work and occupation in order to heal by my homeopathic approach. So he did it and he got healed. Okay, homeopath does not look for the disease. We don't go fight with the disease. Disease diagnosis or disease terminology is not required for us. We use them. We use them even at the school. We had a course, several courses of terminology, but generally in our practice is not required because again, the terminology of the disease is for those who are going after the disease. We're not going to go after the disease. But homeopaths understand the person to find a matching remedy similar to the natural disease, but stronger in frequency. So I keep repeating it because that's how I teach. So if one person went on a break for a few minutes, comes back, I don't want them to miss something important. So that's why in all my slides, I repeat the very key points of my presentation. That's why I repeat it. So don't criticize me, please, that I repeat, only for refreshing also, and also for people who might miss it. Homeopaths still use the medical terminology. We use Graves' disease, Hashimoto's disease, this disease, that disease. I use them because it resonates with people, resonates with medical practitioners. But at the end of the day, in my practice, I don't need it. So I just go with the totality of symptoms of the person, striking symptoms, peculiar symptoms, mind symptoms, and personality and everything. I don't need it. So, but again, we use it because of just resonating. I have created my own piece of art based on the science of homeopathy, which has made me to successfully treat thousands of patients around the world. The result has been astonishing, to the point that providing me such great tools to teach my homeopathic art to medical practitioners confidently. Practically, my approach is new to the homeopathic domain, with absolute following the principles, with no violation and nothing, but it's just a new approach, which I'm teaching it in my classical homeopathic diploma and also medical homeopathic diploma. So they ask for vital force. Again, I would like to tell you what vital force is. So the human body is like a closed entity. It's a closed entity from head to toes. We are closed. So this closed entity has a balloon, like a balloon that energy of life is circulating. This balloon has to be intact. The moment this balloon is poked, hit, or ruptured, the person gets sick. So vital force it's a human healing power, is filled up with energy and circulates in the human body. When vital force is pressured, for any reason, hit or poked by disease agents such as pathogens, toxins, endotoxins, exotoxins, wrong food, or environmental factors, the vital energy leaking out, causing internal disharmony and disease. Disease happens only and only when the vital force is leaking out. That's why disease occurs only when the vital force is poked. If the vital force is intact, you may momentarily feeling alternation, you're feeling sick, but you go back again. You go back again to the homeostasis. But if the disease stays with you, it's a sign of poked vital force. So the whole balloon in the human body is poked It could be one area, it could be several areas, and in the malignant area is rupture. So homeopathic medicine is patching it up. Homeopathic medicine patch up the hole, stop the leak from, continuation, and allow the vital force to repair and get back to work. So that's the job of homeopathic medicine, and the job of homeopaths to find the best medicine to patch up the vital force. So these are the main things that we have to learn. So when homeopathy works, these are the often questions they ask me, my students, when homeopathy works. Okay, let me just walk you through. Homeopathy works when natural disease is still active. We can get the picture of the disease. It's not suppressed from a long time ago that we do not see the symptoms of manifestation of disease. That I earlier talked about it. When people come to me with suppressed symptoms and they say, now we want to go off the medications, I have to go back to the time that the disease was not suppressed. Homeopathy works when the natural disease is not suppressed or converted to the complex disease. If it's converted to the complex disease, it's very hard to rewind it. Homeopathy works prior going on this prescription drugs or when coming off the drugs, when the body understands that it's coming off suppression. Homeopathy works when the disease has not gone beyond the healing points to repair vital force. So when the vital force is ruptured, if it's poked, if it's pressured, it's hit, easy. But it's ruptured. It's not an easy job to do so. So in my practice, actually, the majority who come to me, this, to a point, the vital force is ruptured. Homeopathy works when the vital force is still repairable and not completely deflated, like a balloon that completely deflated. Homeopathy works when the human organs were not removed. Tissues are not burned or destroyed. So people come to me, they say, oh, my thyroid is removed. I had hysterectomy. My prostate is removed. My ovaries is removed. My tonsil is removed. So they're asking me to treat them. I say, at this point, my job is going to be a very complicated job that I have to create a different pathways. I have to create different pathway for that person whose their ovaries is removed, whose prostate is removed, who is one kidney is removed, thyroid is removed. It's not an easy thing to do, but as long as the heart is beating, homeopath can create pathways. Homeopath works when the endocrine pathways can be unblocked. If the pathways are blocked because of all intoxications, it's a hard job. Homeopathy works when the patient practitioner work as a team. So these are something that when they sign the consent form for starting with me, I say, this is a teamwork. And it's not only my job, it's your job as well. So we have to be on the same page in order to get you healed. So these are the variety of homeopathic medicine. I'm going to get into the science and, other laws of homeopathy later. These are the variety of single homeopathic medicines, such as polycrest medicine, which are Hahnemannian medicine. There are big and major medicine. We have the Materia Medica. We have a smaller medicine. We have keynote medicine. We have concomitant medicine, complementary, inimical, compatible, following medicines. We have so many different homeopathic medicine that we can work with them. We have combined homeopathic medicine that we call them homotoxicology or biotherapeutic medicine. We have sarcodes, homeopathic medicine, we call them organotherapy, that derive from healthy tissues or healthy organs. No-sodes homeopathic medicine derives from diseased tissues and organs. We use them for immunizations. Homeopathic tissue cells, which are amazing Schussler cells, that they are human bodies, they're used for human body structures, electromagnetic, enzymatic, and metabolic. And my integral approach in homeopathic domain has confidently been the key to my successful practice in the past more than 2 decades, because I am using all of them. So Hahnemannian approach is always the first, protocols for every single patient, no matter acute or chronic. And then I go from there with different homeopathic preparations that the patient needs. So now we get into laws of homeopathy. Would you like to have a 2 minutes break, or you want me to continue?
Oh, I guess we can have a 2 minutes rest.
Okay. Any questions? I don't have rest. I'm not going to rest. I'm just the others, because the span of focusing and concentration might be limited in everybody. Same thing with myself too. So, and if you have any questions in regards to so far was philosophy. I didn't get into homeopathy yet, but I hope the philosophy, I'll try to, summarize it to just those slides. Otherwise, in my course, there are way more. So if you have any questions, I'm at your service. Puriya, would you please just read the text? Maybe they have questions for me, because I do not, when I'm talking, I cannot refer to the text messages, to the chat.
Yes, I'm following up. No questions yet.
Okay, no questions so far. Okay, okay, clarity and transparency is the key. So, I know some of you are already my students. They're well, informed about homeopathy. Some of you are homeopaths, such as Dr. Girach, such as Dr. Clearfield, and but the ones that they are not homeopath yet, they might have a little bit of confusions, and but I try to be as clear as possible, not to cause any confusion. And
we have a question that I'm gonna read. Kyla asks that, do you have any book references that give more info about the quantum aspect of homeopathy?
The quantum aspects of homeopathy is my research, and my research is I don't know anybody else who has done it. I'm sure that a lot of people have done it, but I don't have the literature, and there is no book on that. But if you really want to know, because generally you have to know the quantum physics. But when it comes to my research, the principles of quantum physics, which is uncertainty principles, because quantum physics has a lot of different principles, but I studied and do research on all principles of quantum physics. The only one who could solve was a piece of puzzle for me, was uncertainty principle. And uncertainty principle is not a new quantum physics, but I mean, not everybody talks about it. But uncertainty principles can easily explain to you how an object, how a particle can convert to different, the matter can be in a different forms at the same time. So if you want to know more about it, please, first of all, read my articles, and then do some more research on these principles, like that I mentioned. And but again, also science of water is the key to understand how an energized water can hold information on the hydrogen atom, hydrogen ion. This is something that you have to understand that too. And again, that kind cannot be explained by biology or chemistry science. Only quantum physics can explain it. Science of water and uncertainty principles.
Also, Dr. Raftika asks, what do we mean by unblocking the endocrine pathway?
The endocrine pathways, so the whole body is like a highways, like, you know, everything is related to everything. So we have a pathways from hepatic system, from liver, hepatic system to the brain. We have pathways from kidneys to the brain. We have pathways to the immune system from everything, or every respiratory system to the brain. These are the pathways. And that's why we say brain is the commander of the body. So all these pathways that goes to the central nervous system are the key to be operating in a healthy manner. So when the diseased person depends on the primary site of disease, the pathways, sometimes all pathways are closed, such as, you know, suicidal patient I have, they blocked. Blocked means energy, there is no messaging and signaling system. So, for example, digestive system has a pathway to the brain, right? When you're full, you send a message to the brain that you're full. And the brain stops sending signals to the stomach to give you the symptom of hunger. So these are pathways. So these pathways are very important for homeopath to understand. That's why we ask for appetite. What's your appetite? The person say, I don't have appetite. I don't eat anything. I don't have desire for food. The pathway is blocked. So that's why blocking the pathways is the main key to bring the person to the restoration of health. So I hope I answered the questions. So I do the pathways. I do it with homotoxicology, to just mention. So, okay, I think we're gonna go back to the.
Sorry, Doctor. We have one more question from Dr. Halle. Do you approve frequency homeopathic remedies prepared by bioresonance devices?
No. Homeopathic medicine has its own laws and principles and has to be, as I said, no violations, no deviation, has to be followed the same laws and principles. Vibrational medicine are not homeopathic medicine. So I am familiar with those, but they're not homeopathic medicine. So they can even energize water. Some people, they see that the energized water is homeopathic medicine. No, homeopathic medicine has to come from the original substance, either from, you know, mineral kingdom, plant kingdom, animal kingdom, you know, those has to be real crude source and from crude form, and goes through the principles of homeopathy in order to be a homeopathic medicine. Bioresonance is not homeopathic medicine.
We have another question about Dr. Raftig, but I quite didn't understand. How could we know about the blocking pathway? If they could also elaborate on that.
The person is sick. When the person is sick, when the person is not well, there is a blockage somewhere. And there is a block. If everything is smooth, if the body is into alignment, if the body is at ease and peace and harmony, there is no sickness. But when the person comes to you and complaining about sickness, something is blocked. some pathways are blocked. Hormonal pathways, digestive pathways, hepatic pathways, immune system pathways, something is blocked. So if the person is fine and have no symptoms, we cannot detect any blockage. But blockage is when the person is ill, is not well. So that's the only time you cannot. But the person who's living in the body understands themselves. That's why I teach everybody. Say you got to be your own physician to understand if there is any blockage in your system that it can manifest in your sleep, in your sleeping pattern, can manifest in your digestion, can manifest in your thirst, urinations, can manifest in your mental states, can manifest in your emotional state. If you see any derangement in any areas, there is some blockage going on. You just have to find the pathway. So I have studied pathways remedies for the past 20 some years, and I'm well trained on that. So as soon as the person talks, and with like a 5 question, I understand which pathways is blocked. So but again, if everything is normal, I have seen people that they come to me and say, especially husbands, when they come and their wives force them to come to see me, and they say, when I ask them, how can I help you? I say, I don't know. My wife sent me to you. Ask her. I said, but you're here for a reason, right? And he says, I don't know. She tells me that I cannot sleep. She tells me that I don't, I don't eat well. She tells me that, So then I ask her the generalities and, just the general questions. I see that a lot of blockages in that person, and his wife did not make a mistake. So, and that's the, sometimes it again, back to the experience as well. So
we have another question from Dr. Raftika. How about endocrine diseases like hypothyroid with Hashimoto? Can it be cured by homeopathic medicine directly, or should be healed by blocking the system first?
blocking the system? What do you mean blocking the system? Unblocking or blocking?
Unblocking, healing. I think they mean.
Okay. As I said, Hashimoto's, Graves' disease, hyperthyroidism, hypothyroidism, it doesn't matter. When it comes to the endocrine system, my approach is adaptogenic, and no matter what manifestations of the disease is, again, my approach is adaptogenic, especially to thyroid, no matter is hyper, or cancer. And the same thing with Hashimoto's. And I had several Hashimoto's, which the result was fascinating. And but again, as a homeopath, I will never leave classical approach. Classical approach is the foundation of my practice. And also, I will never leave the pathways. These two are major part of my practice. So for Hashimoto's, I still do classical approach to find a similar medicine to her condition. Doesn't matter the terminology. And also I do the pathways. So the metabolic pathways in thyroid condition is blocked no matter what. Otherwise it wouldn't manifest like that. Even though it's autoimmune, but again, immune system is connected to all pathways. It's the same as brain. So it's not an easy to explain it, but I have to have a solid understanding of the case in order to come up with the right protocols and pathways medicine. Okay, I think we should continue the go with the law of homeopathy. You okay, everybody?
Yes, Doc.
Okay, so okay. Dr. Clearfield already mentioned the law, to some of the laws and principles of homeopathy, but I want to just explain to you a little bit in further. So homeopathic medicine is prepared and prescribed according to the homeopathic laws. Any system of medicine that they call themselves homeopathy and they don't follow these laws are not homeopathic medicine. So the very first one is the law of similar. Law of similar means disease is similar, medicine that we find is similar to the disease, but the higher frequency. We call it like cures like. And the law of dilution and potentizations. So dilution and potentizations, dilution and succussion means, hitting, it's called potentization. So there are dual activities. It's called dilution and succussion. It's bring the material to a state of potentization. The Arnold's law, which is it's a very important law that I can explain to you in next slides. Hearing laws, Dr. Clearfield already talked about it. I love the direction of healing. And I don't know if all homeopaths using it or not, but I personally, in many cases, in follow-ups, I try to find the direction of healing in some patients. Totality of symptoms, as I said, it's a complete physicalities, mentality, and emotional bodies symptoms together, and individualizations, because not we don't have one prescription fits all. So every single individual has its own prescription. And law of proving, the law of proving is very unique in homeopathic domain, in contrast to allopathic model that they do provings on mice or animals, we do it on humans. And I personally proved Dr. Henneman's because he was very, condemned and limited and was attacked by the, allopaths at that time. He had to do the provings on himself a lot, on his family, on his friends and his patients. And it was a hard job to do. And because he didn't want to do that on animals. If we are a species of humans, the medicine that is coming into our body should be for humans, not for animals or mice in the laboratory. So this is a law of proving, and Dr. Honeyman called them proving groups. So like cures, like as I said, the disease symptoms in person should be similar to homeopathic. Dilution and potentization is a process in which a substance is diluted in alcohol or water and then vigorously shaken in a process called succussion. Arnold's law: for every substance, a small doses stimulate, moderate doses inhibit, and large doses kill. So this is very important to understand the homeopathy. That's why we go with very minimum dose. We don't even go to moderate because you have to be very careful. Hering's law of cure is a direction of healing. The cure must proceed from center to circumference, from above downward, from within outward, from most important to less important organs, and from the head to the hands or the feet. Okay, let me just explain to you the Hering's law because it's very important. So I just want to show his books. Okay, later. What it says is when the patient comes to you, and for example, is after the first initial consultation or second, you got to ask question again, because every follow-up you retake the case to understand the improving or any changes in the patient's status in terms of disease. Okay, and for example, I had patients. He came to me. He was working with Canada Post, and he was lifting a lot of heavy jobs, heavy parcels, and taking them to home. And he came to me for the very severe pain on his back of his neck. And he said he has it for almost 8 years. And I said, what did you do? He said, hey, he's constantly been on painkiller. And they told him, you have to go for surgery and this and that. He went for physiotherapy a lot, for, I don't know, different methods of suppressing the pain. But the pain was excruciating. And he said he's getting very bad at night when he's asleep. So anyways, I started my treatments with him. And then after like 6 weeks of follow-up, he came back. I asked him, how is the pain? He said, I don't know. The pain is not here. The pain is in my elbow. I said, is it the same pain? He said, the nature of the pain is like a complete form of throbbing pain, but now it's coming into my elbows. I said, okay. So I did not say anything, but I said, you go back and come, because normally follow-ups is between like 4 weeks to 6 weeks. I said, then come back next time. So he came back for the next follow-up, and I asked him about the pain. He said, oh, the pain is very, very low, less than before, but now it's in my ankle, my knees. Okay, then I explained that to him. I said, okay, you are in a healing direction. If it comes to your ankle or it comes to your toes, then let me know, because you're 85% cured. So that's a direction of herrings that comes from the top of the body, like a higher part of the body, to the lower part of the body when you're grounded on the earth. So when it comes to the foot or toes, it means that the disease or the inflammation or whatever is already moved to the lower part of the body and is going to go away. So that exactly happened. So there are times that I do that. I go for the healing of direction to explain it to people, but this happens in majority of people that say the pain moves to your direction. So I just want to give you an example of the Herring's law of cure. And Puria, could you please mute some people that I might?
Yes, sure. It's okay.
I appreciate it. Okay. So again, I keep repeating, treating the person, not the disease. So disease picture similar to the medicine. What is the purpose of finding similar medicine? Again, I'm saying it again. The purpose of homeopathic medicine is to create an artificial disease just similar to the existing natural disease, but stronger in frequency level. According to the laws of nature and healing principle, the stronger destroys the weaker. Homeopath should understand the frequency level of existing natural disease by understanding the patient, by collecting the totality of presenting symptoms in order to match the person, physical, mental, emotional as a whole, to be able to select a medicine similar to the natural disease. So, sorry. The key function of homeopathy, again, is the same thing as I said. You have to create a force. Homeopathic medicine has to create a force stronger than natural disease to remove it. If we cannot, the disease will remain. So there are 3 possibilities. I would like homeopaths to listen to this part. If the natural disease is stronger than artificial disease, homeopathic treatment fails. and the disease, natural disease prevails, and it would evolve to advanced phases. If natural disease is the same frequency, it's going to be like a back and forth between the natural disease and artificial disease. And we don't know what's going to happen. We see some improvements. We see some plateau. It's like the patient comes, it's back and forth. And the majority of cases, disease prevails. We don't know if it evolves or not because of some improvements that they already had with homeopathic medicine. But what that I can say, homeopathic medicine fails if it's the frequency is the same level. Natural disease is weaker frequency level than artificial disease. The stronger force, which is the homeopathic medicine, removes the natural disease, which is weaker force, then we prevail. So these are the three possibilities. That's why the potency of the homeopathic medicine, potency and repetition and everything is very crucial, very, very important. When I say treat the person, means you have to understand the person entirely. It's how sensitive the person is, how sensitive their immune system is, how sensitive their mental state is, how robust the person is, how strong the immune system is. Then based on that, you got to do. It's not only selecting similar. Selecting similar is just the first step. But right potency, right dosage, right repetition, and right duration. And when do you have to put it on, to put the person on the break? These are very crucial. The reason of success in my practice, because that's what I follow. So what are the most important job of a homeopath to remove the disease? First of all, we have to find a minimum, stronger, to remove the disease. Now, we have to find the right potency. If the person is they're always getting sick, their immune system is compromised, they have so much sensitivity, they have so much intolerances, we're not going to go high potency. The potency has to match with the person. You have to go with the potency that match the sensitivity. We're not going to go to the right dosage. Means how much of the medicine we should give. Right repetition, how many times? For example, a day we have to give. There are patients that come to me, maybe I just give them one dose, just one dose. I had a patient of concussion, just came to my office. Concussion happened just a couple hours prior they got to my office. I just give them 110 m aconitum. 110 m aconitum, period. So the more acute, the more traumatic, the higher the potency, the lower repetition. This is an art. So the right repetition, how many times a day for chronic conditions? And the more chronic the person is, the frequency repetition should be more and the potency should be low. In chronic diseases, we never go with high potency. We can do some damage. Right duration, how long? Some people, I just say for 5 days, some 7 days, some 12 days, some 3 months. It depends on the person. And when do we have to take them off everything to give them a break? It's very important, homeopaths, to know that we are helping the person to activate their healing power. We're not healing the person. We are just activating their ability to heal themselves. You gotta put the person on a break to see that healing ability is being activated or not. Let the body takes it over and see if the improvement continues. So then each follow-up, because each patient has 6 to 8 follow-ups with me, and if they need to repeat, we repeat it. And if they don't need to repeat and they're completely off, and I know that the disease is removed, I put them in a maintenance. The maintenance, again, goes back to understanding the patients. So, and the other things that we have to honor our medical oath, not to violate our medical oath. We are practicing under oath, following the medical ethics and scope of practice, and practicing heartfully with kindness and compassion. The difference between homeopaths and allopaths, with all respect to allopaths, when the patient goes to them and they're suffering from cancer, they tell them, you got to be dying in 3 months or 6 months. We will never do that. We will never do that, and we will never give false hope. But with kindness and compassion, we tell them, please follow us. We're going to help you. Not that you're going to die in 3 months or 6 months. It's so inhuman to me. The patient is not a business. The patient is a sick. Comes to us for help, not for life rejection. Tell them, you're going to die. This is not the job of homeopath. So when it comes to prescriptions, homeopathic has rules of prescription. The more acute condition, the higher potency and less repetition, as I mentioned earlier, for example, with concussion. Just 10 m aconitum I gave, the rest was history. And sometimes you might need 2 times, but that one example that I said, I just gave once. The more chronic condition, the lower potency, more repetition. For example, in gout, for example, if I give lycopodium 30 ch, in chronic case that I had a patient, like the gout had for 15 years, I just asked them to have it 3 times a day with 30 ch and reduce it to 2 times a day, and then once a day upon improvement. The more sensitive constitution, the lower potency, more repetition. I go with a sensitive constitution, I go with 6H, 9Ch, or 12Ch, but more repetition. The robust constitution, I go with a higher potency, but less repetition. When it comes to the art of homeopathy, as I said, you might be practicing differently, but I am sharing my practice with you because it's been very successful. So again, no medicine can do miracle without proper food and nutrition, without personal hygiene, without public sanitation, without pure drinking water, without pure air, correct healthy lifestyle, and environmental factors, which Dr. Henneman it's mentioned here in Organ of Medical Art repeatedly. Don't expect the best medicine works in you when you have the worst lifestyle. It's not going to happen. So, medicine through time. I love the history of medicine. I sometimes it's like, instead of reading novels, I read the history of medicine and I say where medicine comes from thousands of years ago. And the fascinating things to know what ancient people have, found in order to heal themselves, and what kind of knowledge ancient philosophers shared with us, how ancient physicians treated diseases such as infection, and without antibiotics, without antiviral, without antifungal. How did they treat inflammation without steroids and cortisol? History of medicine help us to know ancient philosophy behind health and healing. We have to go back to it, as Paracelsus said, because the synthetic medications failed and is failing and keeps failing. We have to go back to the ancient philosophy of healing, because human nature is that has to go with the natural healing, cannot go with artificial healing. There is no such a thing. There is no such artificial healing. So I learned a lot about, ancient healings, and it's for me it's very interesting. It's adding to my knowledge, and also sometimes adapting some of those concepts into my practice. And I'm a guinea pig of my practice myself, as I always mention. For example, if Dr. Hahnemann proved 50 homeopathic medicine on himself, it's not an easy thing. I proved 16 medicine or 18 medicine. 16 medicine names I remember. And because I really wanted to have conviction, and I didn't want to rely to testimonials and just rely to all, improvement in my patients. I wanted to actually, the first proving was coincidentally. That's just happened with one of prescription of my professor, and I proved Natmure. Natmure is a very polycrest, and it's a very, very deep homeopathic medicine, and the aggravation is terrible. And it was like I felt that I have pounds of sands in my eyes and couldn't drive. And that's a proving. So because you have to be healthy, in all dimensions in order to prove homeopathic medicine. And that's was the ignite for proving for me, because it was coincidentally that I proved Natmure. I had to wait for 50 days until the Natmure proving is subsided. Then I started proving Calcaria carbonica, Rothcox. I proved Ignatia, and I'm happy that I did, because somehow it added to my courage and conviction. Ancient people died only from acute epidemic and pandemic of infectious diseases, not chronic disease, as occurring nowadays. Chronic diseases is a complex diseases created by complex diseases by allopathic medication. Because chronic diseases it doesn't happen on its own. It has to be manipulated. So, and it's product of suppression on natural living, incorrect lifestyle, deprived topsoils of nutrients, chronic cellular nutrient deficiencies, especially minerals, long-term consumption of suppressive pharmaceutical drugs, cellular intoxication, and going through invasive allopathic treatment for the past 125 years. So I say, okay, why babies are born with chronic diseases? Because babies are born from toxicated mothers. And all the time, even from conceiving time, embryonic time, the babies are toxicated, and they're coming to the toxic world. And these are all suppressive. And human being is a complex entity as an individual. Not two people, even a pair of identical twins, have the same fingerprints to create the same disease and to be treated in the same manner. So if we emerge the ancient wisdom with innovative science of homeopathy to remove and eradicate the disease. So homeopathy is where science meets wisdom. Let's get into the history of homeopathy, which is, for me, is very fascinating. So we want to know who was the father of homeopathy. We talked about the ancient concept of like cures like. The ancient, which Hippocrates asked, to go back on it. Paracelsus says, go back on it. But who made it happen as a full-fledged system of medicine is only one, is Dr. Hahnemann, the father of homeopathy. So homeopathy was coined by Hahnemann when he developed the system of medicine. Homeopathy was not a terminology before Dr. Hahnemann. Dr. Hahnemann developed the laws of homeopathy based on the concepts that were described by Hippocrates and Paracelsus 1,000 years ago. And human inner healing principle is an unchanging concept, and medicine should be nothing but similar to the disease. Okay, I have a few more slides, then I think then I'm going to pass it to Dr. Girach later. As I mentioned earlier, homeopathy has been the largest established system of medicine that has come out of Europe. Dr. Henneman rejected the mainstream medicine or allopathic of the late 18th century as irrational and inadvisable because it was largely ineffective and often harmful. That was the reason that many medical doctors, they completely gave up their licenses and they converted to homeopathy. He advocated the use of single drugs at lower doses and promoted an immaterial and subtle view of how living organisms function. The term homeopathy was coined by Dr. Henneman and first appeared in print in 1807. He also coined the expression allopathic medicine, which was used to refer to traditional Western medicine and allopath who used to practice it. These two terms are made by Dr. Henneman. There are two extreme opposite concepts in the world of medicine. As I mentioned to you, one of them is the concept of contrary, opposite cures opposite, and the other one is the concept of similar, likes cure likes. The term, I think I'm just repeating it here. Okay, so I think it's the last, so I'm gonna go to the last, because it's gonna take much longer. Dr. Faisal, would you give me like 10 more minutes to finish those slides?
Yeah, Dr. Zarrin, go ahead, please.
Okay. So as I mentioned, I have done a thorough research about homeopathy and have explained homeopathy based on quantum physics in several international conferences and are published in the Academy's official website and all, and in a journal of Homeopathy. Science and principles of homeopathy is solid, can never be changed or modified by any other areas of science, such as biology, chemistry, or classical physics. But when it comes to the art aspects of the classical homeopathy, homeopaths have different approaches. Some find the simillimum by repertorization, some by the help of radar, and some by pure materia medica. As long as we select the matching remedy with the person, the medicine works without a doubt because we treat the person, not the disease. I personally do not use any radars. Materia medica is close to my heart. And I had 2 radars, I never used it. So, but again, whoever wants to use it or would like to use it, I have nothing to comment on that. But homeopathy is, again, was conceived by Dr. Henneman. Homeopathy practitioners are called homeopaths. So again, I think I explained to you earlier what's the concept of homeopathy through the dilution and everything. Father of homeopathy, which Dr. Henneman, when I read his history, it's just amazing. He was a genius and gifted in many fields, not only medicine. He was a skilled linguistic. He knew, I think, 7, 8 languages, was fluent in 7 languages. He was a nutritionist, was a dietitian of his time. And he practically was ahead of his time. And I'm so happy that I can be his follower. He could be called the first psychiatrist who cured mental illnesses with homeopathic medicine, with kindness, compassion, and humanness. We know what they're doing to mental disorders in the mental hospitals around the world. So much, so sad and so inhuman. So he was very actually ahead of his time, was head of Robert Koch, he was head of Pasteur, the 2 microbiologists from Europe. He successfully treated the deadly epidemics which ravaged Europe in the first half of 19th century. So Dr. Henneman could be considered a pioneer of modern actually public health and sanitation. He understood the paradigm of matter as energy in modern physics, the science of quantum physics. Dr. Henneman did not explain homeopathic medicine according to quantum physics, but he understood it himself. It was 200 years ago. He understood it, but he did not bring it into literature that the homeopaths were the followers to understand it. I think it's a homeopath job to do it individually. He understood the mind, body, emotion connections from 2 centuries ago. He had so much problem with financial because they were closing his practice because he converted to homeopathy, but he was sued by allopaths. He had to, close his practice, even through a lot of challenges. He's the only one actually could vision a complete system of medicine, and who he fully developed it in a powerful and practical system of medicine in one span of one single lifetime. He has tremendous perseverance in pursuing what he believed to be true. He was courageous with conviction and clarity about the truth. He gave up his allopathic practice because he found the truth through homeopathy. So we are so blessed to be his follower. So I think I'm not going to go through history of Dr. Hahnemann because it's going to take a lot of time. But let me just find some slides that I can continue. So, as I said, Dr. Hahnemann went through so much challenges. They were after him. He had to move from village to village, from city to city, from country to country. From Germany, he was kicked out. He had to go to Romania. He settled there again. They were against him. He couldn't make money. He had 11 children, but he stuck with the truth. He never went back to something that he did not convince is going to help people, which was the allopathic medications. So he discovered the homeopathic laws during the scarlet fever epidemic. So he discovered the first law of homeopathy: like cures like. The concept of like cures like has been, it's been traditional, but I mean, he found it himself through some practicing that he did. He started making his own homeopathic medicine, but pharmacists brought action against him again. And at that time, pharmacists won. So Hahnemann was prohibited to dispense his homeopathic medicine. Until 1800, a scarlet fever epidemic was an opportunity that Dr. Hahnemann could demonstrate effectiveness of the law of similar, because they were going against the opposite cures, opposite with scarlet fever, and people were dying. So that was the opportunity for him to show that medicine works. So the concept of high dilution and the principle of potentized doses was kind of coined during the scarlet fever epidemic. He used belladonna in homeopathic form to treat scarlet fever. Again, he was attacked by allopaths, but he provided belladonna no matter what to every single person who needed for free. So he knew that belladonna is curing the scarlet fever. So in 1810, he published the first edition of Organon of Medical Art. Actually, the one that in my hand is the 6th edition of Medical Art. That's his most important work. His work was done based on homeopathic principle. All the laws of homeopathy that he worked, he has them outlined and explained in his Organon of Medical Art. He again was not supported by mainstream medicine. He proved many remedies on himself because he had no choice. He was not was supported, and he created a proven union from friends, family, associates, colleagues. And I personally, as I mentioned earlier, so I proved calcareous carbonic, Rostox, nadmium, magnesium, and sepia, which are very polycrest and is not an easy thing to prove. Another epidemic was in 1813, typhus epidemic that affected Napoleon's soldiers after their invasion of Russia. Again, Dr. Hahnemann treated them successfully and cured the first stage of infection with bryonia and Rostox and achieved huge success. again, the moment that he had achieved success with homeopathic medicine, they were going against him, and they had to stop him from dispensing and also making homeopathic medicine. He was such a had convention and courage and perseverance to go with homeopathic medicine. So from city to city, from village to village, finally, the Duke Ferdinand of Anhalt-Köthen in East Germany was his patient. He was cured from one of the diseases, and then he gave him security, protection, and asylum to go to stay in his castle, in his palace. And he started practicing with the, in peace at that time under the protection of Duke of Anhalt-Köthen. Dr. Hahnemann practiced for another 12 years in Anhalt-Köthen in East Germany, and his patients were traveling from all over the world to come to see him. As I studied his, history, he didn't have much of failure, even though he was very, very limited in homeopathic medicine. I went to a symposium in Anhalt-Köthen in 2009, and I went to Dr. Hahnemann's house and also clinic. So it was like a palace from the Ferdinand, Duke of Anhalt-Köthen. I think, stayed there for almost 20 years until he died. So when I went there, I went and I visited his house at his clinic. That is actually his backyard. And the right picture is the Hahnemann's office. I went to, we had a tour guide, so he was explaining everything to us. And I saw a piano in his office. And and I asked him why Dr. Hahnemann had a piano in his office. It was explaining that Dr. Hahnemann never started a case of the patients without playing a piece of music, such as a symphony, to bring the person into the moment and then not to be in a form of anxious or panic, because people who are come to see doctors, they're all in a panic mode. So that's why he never take the case of patients right away. When I came back, I put classical music in every corner of my office, and to this moment, I still follow his, concept, his approach. So this is the front of the palace of Dr. Hahnemann, and it was a great, I don't know how many days we were there. As I said, a lot of homeopaths were gathering there for exchange of knowledge, and they were having amazing results. I think they have annual symposium. So when homeopaths wants to go, it's a great exchange of knowledge. So we were only 2 from Canada from that time. It was 2009, and but I didn't get a chance to go again. But hopefully we can go. So let's get to the chronic diseases, and then after a few slides, I'm going to pass it to the. These are the 2 original Dr. Hahnemann's book, Chronic Diseases, that he developed in 1828. He wrote these books 1828. I have the original books of Dr. Hahnemann. It's number 1 and number 2 are, you can, I don't know if you can still find them in anywhere, but I got them like 20 some years ago. But these are amazing, original book of Dr. Hahnemann if you really want to understand what the miasms and chronic diseases are. So the chronic diseases and the concept of miasms, such as sore, psychosis, syphilis, was written by Dr. Hahnemann again after he announced that his books are ready to be published. Again, he was attacked, and they did not allow him to publish his work and his book. It's reminding me that the challenges that I went through, the past 30 years, and not quite the same, but I mean, it's still continuing. that they're attacking homeopathy, but our movement is much stronger. So another triumph for homeopathy is the cholera epidemic that spread from Russia. And again, homeopathy won because allopathic medication was helpless against the virus. Dr. Hahnemann used camphor, coprometallicum, veratromycin, the top 3 remedies for cholera. And in 1833, homeopathic hospital, then when homeopathic medicine worked in epidemics, and it was all spread infections, and they decided to open up a hospital. And they asked Dr. Hahnemann, Dr. Muller was who established the hospital, but he wanted Dr. Hahnemann to help him. So he did, and that was the first hospital was established in Germany. So the last year of Dr. Hahnemann, and he enjoyed homeopathy under the protection of the Duke of Cotten-Anhalt for years. And then in late years of his life, he developed LM potency, and he finished the 6 editions. That's why the one that I have is a 6th edition with LM potency, even though I don't practice LM, I practice CH, but it's a great addition that for whoever wants to practice different potency. So then Dr. Hahnemann, after practicing homeopathy for 15 years, he died in 1843 at the age of 88. So imagine 200 years ago, 88 years old is almost 200 years now. So it means he was quite healthy for 88 years, who could do much for humanity and work so hard. So I think I'm going to pass it to Dr. If there is any questions or any breaks you want to take, I'm going to stop at the science of homeopathy, because I always liked history of homeopathy prior to science. But again, apologize if I repeated so many things. It's just for the refreshing. And so Puriya, I don't know what the plan is. I can stop my PowerPoints.
Thank you very much. If there is any questions, we will take them for 1-2 minutes, then we will continue with Dr. Girach's presentation.
Okay. I think all the videos are off. Dr. Farbod, it's great to see you.
Hi, how are you? Thank you so much for this amazing presentation. Actually, I was wondering how you choose the name of Bioquantum Academy, and now I figured when you mentioned about using biochemistry, we don't need any medication because our body is a factory. We have enzyme, we have hormones, we have neurotransmitter and much more, and we just need to reactivate them. And also, on the other hand, a homeopath should consider 4 levels of body of a human: physical, mental, spiritual, and emotional. And these rules, cures like, we just need to go to higher frequency, and it's about quantum physics. And the combination of these is biochemistry and quantum physics, which is the name of Bioquantum Academy, and is the best name you choose. And thank you for this amazing presentation and all of the information.
Thank you. Thank you. Stay tuned for more information to come. So, thank you so much. Yes, Bioquantum Academy was chosen because I started researching on quantum physics years ago. And this quantum level, quantum objects and everything is just living with me. Until I understood, not necessarily I understood it back then to the point of now. I mean, like a couple of years ago. But I mean, the more I go, the more do research. I never stop. But I mean, yes, quantum was chosen based on my curiosity on quantum physics. Thank you. So everybody is there, or I wish everybody can come to a video that we can see them. Oh, Dr. Vaughn is always amazing. Great to see you. You have any questions?
I just want to ask just one, maybe, doctor, about how nitroglycerin and to cure for a long time because it can make the hemoglobin is low for our body.
Sorry, Dr. Vaughn, I didn't get the first part of your question. Can you repeat it again, please?
As a balancing for the curative disease about homeopathy is cure like apa is cure like
Like cures like.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's a concept. That's not homeopathy.
Okay.
It's a concept.
It's a concept. And how about the nitroglycerin and with the same like about substance like the function or the some kind of the nitroglycerin benefit for our body.
Mm-hmm. First of all, you're a medical doctor. You know nitroglycerin. So what the function of nitroglycerin? So I'm not a medical doctor to understand. But again, we don't need anything from outside. We don't need anything. The body knows how to heal itself. You just give them good food, good water, good air, good environment. Okay. And if there is a little bit of the arrangement, give them homeopathy. We don't need any chemicals, anything, because the body is the giant manufacturer of nitroglycerin itself, whatever we need. So we don't get help from outside world because that's a man-made rule and is a violation of healing principles. That's why I'm sitting here. I don't even take vitamins. I don't take anything. The only thing I take is the Schussler salts, which is homeopathic vitamin and minerals. And time to time, but I do detoxification and drainage all the time. Yeah, Dr. Vaughn, he's my wonderful scholar. So she's graduating soon in, I think, December or November. So I went through courses with them for homotoxicology detoxifications. So, and I told them that even though, in terms of state of health, from all dimensions, I am at the state of health. In 5 years that I never took allopathic medications. Dr. Clearfield, when he said, Dr. Zarrin, you didn't miss anything. I said, I just have to say it. I did not take any medications, but the thing that I always do is the pathways cleaning and unblocking. So I do it like every 3 months, and also homeopathic immunizations. I do it at least once a year for bringing my innate immunity more vigilant. And what I do for the family is the same thing. Anything else, nothing comes to our body, only food. So, and the food has to be chosen very carefully as well. Also, I just eat once a day, and which the less you eat, the more you absorb. That's a philosophy behind holistic nutrition. Okay, so these are when you go for it, and there is no need for any outside intervention. So I don't know if I answered your question, but
Sure, doc. It's answer me, of course. And I just like amazing about homeopathy, and I want to be one
I know
of
that. I know that. And plus, there is before your graduations, I think you are 12 or 13. Or how many you're graduating? Anyway, there is October 11th. We have a session of discussion meeting prior to your graduation. If you have any questions from this webinar, just write it down, and I am going to be there all day to answer your question. So one more Q&A left on October 11th. Okay.
Thank you so much, Doc.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we can go on with Dr. Girach's presentation.
Dr. Girach, so yes, I just,
Yeah. So thank you so much, Dr. Zarrin. Your presentation was awesome. I don't have any words for that. Just one thing I wanted to, add on, like, not add on, just comment on. You just gave a very wonderful sentence, you cannot measure love. And because you cannot measure love, you cannot measure the homeopathic substances within homeopathic medicines, but definitely you can measure the effects of homeopathic medicines. I think nobody has ever come up with that sentence. I think it was a mind-blowing sentence, so I really loved that. The way you have brought homeopathy to a different level, through this sentence, it was awesome. And the entire presentation was great. So thank you so much, Dr. Zarrin.
You're welcome. And into a comment, yeah, just one comment on your, thank you so much. I appreciate Dr. Girach. By the way, Dr. Girach is our faculty at the Classical Homeopathic Department. He's a very experienced homeopath. And in terms of biology and chemistry science, that they cannot detect homeopathic medicine, but they can detect the effect of homeopathic medicine on physiology. So this is something that we are working on it to bring it to the, to this movement that, that they can detect the function at the biological level, not the homeopathic medicine as particle. You know what I mean? How it can function. How come a person with a cancer patient got healed with homeopathy? How autoimmune diseases got healed with homeopathy? How these are all no biology and chemistry can detect anything. Only the person who got healed. So now they can see the difference before homeopathic medicine and after homeopathic medicine in physiological aspects. That's the only thing. Thank you, Dr. Girach. We are impatiently waiting for your presentation.
I was waiting for my turn. Just one thing I wanted to add, Dr. One, you raised a very nice question, about nitroglycerin. So just to add on to whatever explanation Dr. Zarrin gave, we do have a homeopathic preparation from nitroglycerin. The remedy's name is Grow9. And this remedy is a very good remedy for throbbing headaches, for migraines. It is also known for heart complaints, so yeah, just to add on. So yeah, we do have something from nitroglycerin in homeopathy too.
Yeah.
Right.
Homeopathic medicine we have everything.
Yeah.
We have a drug family of homeopathy from marijuana, from opium, and we have venom of a snake venom, bee venom, a scorpion venom. We have everything, but in homeopathic form that follows the natural healing principles, not in a form of a crude form. Okay, so thank you, Dr. Girach.
All right, so I'll just you're so much welcome. I'll just share my slides here. So, okay, now before I start, okay, so Salamat Malam, people from Indonesia. Good evening to people from, different parts of the world. And I know it's quite late in Indonesia, but still, y'all are so active. So this is what happens when you are listening to Dr. Parvin Zarrin and when you're listening to my Quantum Academy. So I'm Dr. Faisal Girach. Just a brief introduction about me. So I've been an educator at Bioquantum Academy for, since the time I came to Canada. I've been working with Dr. Zarrin. She was a, role model for me here in Canada. Whatever help I need, she's always the one whom I go to. Apart from that, I'm a part-time professor at one college here in Thunder Bay in Ontario, and I'm still working in Malaysia as a part-time professor online. So I don't want to talk a lot about me. We'll go and try and discuss about what we need to discuss today, right? So I will be discussing mostly about the theory of chronic diseases, like, how this term chronic diseases came up and, what exactly happened, and how did Hahnemann came up with the theory of miasms? What are the miasms? What is the concept of miasm? So everybody knows, I'm sure you all know about different miasms, about SORA, about psychosis, about syphilitic miasm, about tubercular miasm. We're going to understand how Hahnemann came up with all these miasms. That is the important aspect which we will be covering. Okay, that is what is theory of chronic diseases. As discussed by Dr. Zarrin and also by Dr. Liam, Hippocrates, right? He was the first person who realized that diseases are transmitted through air, water, and other sources. Before him, everybody thought that diseases are because of some evil forces, right? If you look at the history of diseases, earlier, in ancient era, people thought that diseases were because of, evil forces, because of some kind of magic, or because of, wrath of gods. But then Hippocrates, he discovered that, there is something in the air and water and other sources that is actually giving diseases. It's not because of the wrath of gods. So there were discoveries after discoveries, and then in 19th century, it was like, realized that yes, it is because of some germs, it is because of something that the diseases are here in the environment. But at that time, we didn't know a lot about the different causative organisms. We didn't know a lot about etiology. We didn't know a lot about pathology at that time. It was little known. And then, we move on to Hahnemann, all right? He was the person who attempted to classify the diseases, right? Before him, people just knew what are chronic diseases, what are acute diseases, but he classified diseases in a very, very, broad sense. Like, he said that diseases can be dynamic, they can be aerodynamic, they can be miasmatic, they can be non-miasmatic. We'll try and understand all those concepts today. So he was the one who attempted to classify the diseases, and he noticed that chronic diseases are of two types. First one, the non-miasmatic chronic diseases, and the second one, the true natural chronic diseases, right? In his lifetime, after he discovered homeopathy, he was able to cure acute cases in, like, fraction of second. And he was mesmerized, like, what is this, the concept of homeopathy is like beautiful. He was able to cure most of the acute diseases. But when it came to chronic diseases, he found it a bit difficult in the initial days, obviously. And he wasn't able to cure those chronic diseases. So what he did, that he had that hopes, he had that in him, that homeopathy, I'm sure, can cure, but I'm failing somewhere. Homeopathy cannot fail. I'm failing somewhere, right? And then he went on to the journey. He started discovering the cause and the nature of diseases. He started understanding few more aspects of diseases. And even in today's world, remember one thing, okay? I've been dealing with homeopathy for around 14, 15 years now. I've had my practices. I've seen a lot of cases in relation to homeopathy. I've treated a lot of cases with homeopathy that way. And there are a few cases where I failed, right? But whenever I failed, I knew that I was wrong somewhere. Homeopathy cannot fail. If you know the concepts, if you know the art of homeopathy, you know the science of homeopathy, it cannot fail. There's some problem within you. You have missed something. So most of the times, if my cases failed, I again retook the case. I again went into details and depth. And even after that, I failed. I would discuss this with my seniors, I would discuss with other homeopaths, and I would see where I am wrong. And then after discussing, I would understand where I've gone wrong. And after giving the medications, hey, everything used to go well. So always remember one thing, when it comes to homeopathy, there are challenges. You may sometimes not be able to cure or treat each and every disease. All right, but remember, it is not the fault of homeopathy, it is your fault because probably you don't have that enough sufficient knowledge. All right, so we should always be open when it comes to, discussing things or discussing our cases with people who have, more knowledge than us. And remember, even after 50 years, 60 years of homeopathy, you will keep learning something different. Even today, when I read aphorisms, every time I read aphorisms, every time I have some new understanding. So remember, homeopathy will always, you will keep evolving with homeopathy. So this is what Hahnemann also did. He tried to find the cause and nature of diseases. So he studied the case histories of most of his patients, and he concentrated on the chief complaints. He concentrated on the family history, and he concentrated on past history. You can find all these things in the two case journals of Samuel Hahnemann. 1860, that was a year. And then after studying these cases, he realized that there's a pattern of disease in every family. Okay, within the family history and within the past history, there's some pattern. That is what he realized. And then he realized that 1/8 of the cases had past and family history of gonorrhea or syphilis. You all know that during those days, sexually transmitted diseases, people didn't know that, they are getting transmitted through the sexual route. They didn't know, they didn't have proper protection at that time. And this is how these diseases kept spreading and spreading. And Hahnemann realized that if somebody had a past or family history of gonorrhea or syphilis, probably there's some problem there, So he realized that suppression of gonorrhea and syphilis, okay, venereal diseases in the past or in the family history led to some internal dynamic infections. If somebody had gonorrhea, it led to an infection called as psychosis. And if somebody had syphilis in past, it led to an infection called as syphilis, right? And this is how he discovered more about it. So gonorrhea warts. So warts, people who have gonorrhea, the warts, they look like a fig. Okay, they are fleshy, pear-shaped fruits, if anybody who doesn't know what figs are. So miasm arising from the suppression of gonorrhea, okay, suppression of gonorrheal warts, okay, was called as psychosis. And in Greek, okay, in Greek, psycho, the word psycho means fig. So psychosis is also called as fig wart disease, and psychosis is also means varicose, that is wart-like projections. So this is how we understood more about the psychotic miasm. He realized that symptoms of his patients were very difficult to classify. There were so many symptoms, and he couldn't classify the symptoms that way. Chiefly recurrent attacks of acute conditions, So he realized that, acute conditions, if they are going, the attacks are coming again and again. For example, if somebody had allergic rhinitis, the attacks of allergic rhinitis would keep coming up again and again. So he was able to treat the acute component, but the chronic relapsing condition, it was a little difficult. So seemingly he cured at that time. Okay, whatever things he cured, like, the acute conditions he cured, they were all okay. But any disease which had a chronic base, he found that they would relapse. Little provocation and they would relapse. Little aggravating factor and they would relapse. For example, recurrent attacks of coryza, recurrent bouts of sneezing, recurrent bouts of sinusitis, recurrent headaches. So he was able to cure the acute part of the headache. But after a few days or weeks, there would be another episode of headache. So that was a chronic base. Anything that was acute, there was no problem with that most of the times. But anything which had a chronic base, he realized that, there's some problem there, this recurrency is a problem, So recurrent tonsillitis, recurrent attack of adenoids, recurrent attacks of fever, they kept coming again and again. The diseases kept coming again and again. So he then went on and analyzed the history of all these cases and found suppression of skin eruptions or an itch in any form. So wherever there were recurrent attacks, for example, all of these diseases, he found out that there was some kind of suppression of skin eruption. Okay, these patients, they had some skin eruption, and someday, probably topical ointments were applied, and these skin eruptions, they got suppressed. So he realized that through the history that there was some suppression. So the suppression of skin eruptions or itch in the past led to internal dynamic infection, and he called it sora. Right? So now we understood psychosis. He called, what was psychosis? Gonorrhea, suppression of gonorrhea. Syphilis was suppression of syphilis. And then sora, it was suppression of skin eruptions or itch in the past. Right? So these are the three concepts which he came up with. Sora now is a Greek word, okay, or even a Latin word, which comes from the word sorat. It means a groove, a fault, pollution, stigma, which can be applied to a lot of leprous manifestations and plagues during those years. We do not have plagues and leprous diseases at this, in today's world that way. Richard Hale has given something very important about what Hahnemann discovered. So to Hahnemann, sora is a disease or disposition to disease, hereditary, from generation to generation for thousands of years. So remember, sora can continue hereditarily for thousands of years. It fosters every soil, every possible disease condition. And at the same time, it is the most infectious of all, right? So although it is the first layer, okay, so if you will understand, okay, from layer perspective, sora is the first layer. It gets added on by psychotic layer, and then the psychotic layer gets added on by the syphilitic layer. So if you want to cure sora, you have to first cure the syphilitic base, then the psychotic base, and then sora. That's why he said that sora was the most infectious, most disease, most difficult to cure, right? So sora is the real fundamental cause and producer of innumerable forms of diseases. He called it mother of all diseases. He also called it thousand-headed monster, because people who have soric manifestations, they will have thousands and thousands of symptoms. With this, we came up with the definition of miasm, a dynamic disease producing power which pollutes the human organism and becomes the producer of every possible disease condition. And Storkos says that miasm is, according to Hahnemann and most of his followers, an infectious agent and a cause of disease. Remember, so now psychotic miasm, syphilitic miasm, and soric miasm, these are the causes of chronic diseases, okay, according to Hahnemann. We'll deal a bit more about it. You all will realize that I'm going up and down. We'll come to a continuum soon, okay? Just for you all to understand, I'm trying to do this. Chronic diseases, according to Allen, okay, they are caused by a dynamic power of the chronic miasms and influencing the vital force dynamically, right? So every chronic disease is caused by chronic miasms. Okay, these chronic miasms, they influence your vital force dynamically. When we say dynamically, we cannot see it, right? But we know it is there. Just like we cannot see our soul. Nobody can see soul, neither our soul or anybody else's soul. We cannot see soul, but we know it exists. Similarly, we have vital force, which is dynamic, and these miasms, they influence our vital force. So miasm is a dynamic power. It is invisible. It is a cause or producer of all the diseases, right? Now, from modern terminology, if you are trying to, obviously now everybody, will try and ask you, like, miasm, it is a very homeopathic concept. But if you want to translate miasm to the, modern concept, it is something which is pathological. We can explain miasm on the basis of pathology, right? So I'll try and explain you one case. Just imagine, okay, a child, he has asthma, okay? Just imagine, okay, a child, he just has some kind of allergy. He has allergy to dust, right? Now he has recurrent allergies to dust. He takes medicines, they go, and then again they come. Okay, so these allergies, they keep on coming. Now, as age progresses, okay, probably now these allergies, they get converted just say maybe two, because any atopy can get converted to a lot of different respiratory diseases that way. Just imagine now these allergies, they go on pathologically, and then they get converted into probably, the child is suffering now from asthma. Okay, earlier he just had mild allergies to dust, but now he develops asthma because of dust, right? So what happens in okay, and I'll just talk about the disease progress, and then we'll try to understand the pathology. So the first part, allergy going on into bronchial asthma. Now, as the child grows, and if this asthma is not treated, we know pathologically what happens. All right, like severe episodes of asthma, okay, episodes of cough, and probably because of weather changes, added on chronic bronchitis or acute exacerbations of chronic bronchitis. If all these things happen, we know that in later stages, like in old age, it goes on to become chronic obstructive pulmonary diseases. All right. So he may suffer from chronic obstructive pulmonary disease in future, in old age. Right. Again, COPD again comprises of chronic bronchitis, and it comprises of emphysema. Emphysema, where there is destruction of your pulmonary alveoli, distal alveoli, terminal bronchioles, there's destruction over there. So if you understand the progress, okay, now not all the cases this may happen. I'm just giving one example so that we understand the flow of pathology and relate it to miasms. So if you understand the first area, the first part, that is the allergy. Okay, if we try to convert it into miasm, okay, it is something that is soric miasm. There's something functional, just inflammation, and then this inflammation is settling down. If we go on to see ahead, we have asthma. What happens in asthma? There is we have mucus plugs, right? There is hypertrophy of the mucous glands. So this hypertrophy, this obstructions, all this, they go in favor of psychotic miasm. So you see now how soric miasm is getting converted to psychotic miasm, right? And then in future, we have destruction in the alveoli, okay, when we talk of emphysema, right? So that goes into favor of syphilitic miasm. So see how the miasm travels if the disease is not cured, all right? From SORA, it can go to psychotic, it can go to syphilitic miasm. Okay, so we can explain miasm from modern perspectives through pathology. I hope it is clear. Anybody has any questions at this point? It is a very crucial thing to understand, a very important aspect of miasm. Right, so I will move on now. So the meaning of miasm before Hahnemann's discovery, it's not that, nobody ever talked about it, but people talked about it in different ways. Some people called it polluting exhalations, malarial poisons, morbific emanations from putrescent organic matter, animal or vegetable, effluvia arising from the bodies of those affected by certain diseases, infectious or not. So there were different concepts before that. Okay. The theory of chronic diseases now, okay, in 1828, this is what Dr. Hahnemann's book is all about. It is a very interesting book. Whatever I am discussing today, it is all from this book. Okay, and obviously the modern concepts, they are, how I think, these perspectives like. So if you all do not have this book, try to get this book. We have reprint editions also, obviously. It's an interesting book, and it will help you in understanding the depth of chronic diseases and the homeopathic perspective. After 1828, then Hahnemann went on to talk about miasms in the 4th edition of Organon of Medicine. Before that, miasms were not talked about a lot, okay? So we'll try and understand now more, in depth about the miasms. So if we understand, miasms are always going to be there, whether you are sick or healthy. When you are sick, the miasm is in an active form, and whenever you are healthy, it may be in a dormant form. Now, this is the theory which Dr. Hahnemann has talked about, right? So just like your soul, the miasms will always be there, okay? And then we have 3 miasms, according to Hahnemann. Okay, so now after Hahnemann, the new homeopaths who came up, they came up with a lot of different miasms. All right, in those days, there were just 4 miasms. Hahnemann talked about 3 miasms, and then Allen talked about another miasm. We'll discuss about that miasm. Okay, so Sora, psychosis, and syphilis. These are the 3 miasms. And Sora is basically everything that is functional. Psychotic, where there is a lot of growth and excess, and syphilitic miasm, where there's a lot of destruction. When we talk of Sora, okay, now this is in relation to physical aspects. Okay, we are talking about pathology, physical aspects. But from mental aspects also, we can understand these miasms. For example, Sora, they are very irritable people, very angry people, keeps on getting angry by little provocation. Psychosis has a lot of rage and violence. So we are trying to understand the aspects of anger within these miasms, right? Just Sora, just a level of irritability. Okay. Psychosis, irritability at the level of rage and violence. And syphilitic miasm, irritability and anger at the range of homicide and suicide. Right? So they are so destructive. Syphilis miasm, the mind also of these patients are destructive. Right? The origin now, Hahnemann said about Sora. Okay, let us now go to Sora. The origin he talked about is from impure thoughts. Internal infection of whole organism that way happens by Sora as soon as you have impure thoughts. So whenever you have impure thoughts, vital force tries to remove the disease with the manifestation of eruptions or itch vesicles. Right? So what does our vital force do? Vital force will always try to help. So whenever you have these bad thoughts or whenever you have impure thoughts, what happens? The vital force tries to balance it and he tries to bring about eruptions or vesicles on your body. Okay. So the primary manifestation, that is the primary manifestation of Sora. What is it? Itch eruption. Okay. Eruptions, itch vesicles on the skin. Now, as soon as anybody finds eruptions on their body, the first thing they do is they use application, local applications, whether they are artificial or natural. And what happens? These eruptions, they go, but they actually get suppressed, right? And the disease goes into latent Sora, the Sora that becomes latent Sora. So disease is driven inwards and it remains dormant. And whenever there are transient explosions, the acute disease again comes in. So anything exciting or maintaining, again the disease will come up. Again, the skin manifestations will come up. So they are the secondary manifestations of Sora, right? Now, psoriatic chronic diseases, there are different expressions. Now, when we talk of Sora, it's not just skin. Okay, it is not only skin. Psoriatic manifestations can occur throughout your body. Okay, they can occur at the level of mind. They can occur at the level of body. For example, any deficiency or lack of something, if there's deficiency or lack of anything in your body, that is again Sora, right? For example, now constipation. Why do people have constipation? Probably because the bowel movements, because the intestine, they are too sluggish, right? So that when there is lack of something, that is considered as Sora. Okay. So Sora, that was the first thing which I tried to explain. Then another thing is now venereal diseases. So impure action, all right? Coition that led to venereal diseases, right? So the primary manifestation of psychosis miasm that way are cauliflower-like warts on genitals or inflammation of urethra. Okay, most of these people, what they do, if there are such kind of warts, they will either burn the warts or cauterize the warts or cut them or use ligatures and or remove them. Now, that doesn't mean it is gone. Remember, you cut or remove the warts, that doesn't mean the disease is gone. Okay, the virus is going to be there, right? If you talk of the viral bacteria, if you talk about the viral warts, okay, the virus is going to be there. So what happens? You're just removing it superficially, but what happens? It will reappear again. Again, people suppress it. And then because of that, you will have secondary manifestations of psychosis, right? So when we talk of psychosis, okay, it is not just the warts. Psychotic miasm, again, just like Sora, can manifest at level of mind. It can manifest at level of body, right? So when we talk of psychosis, there's something, growth. We talk of growth. We talk of hypertrophy from pathological perspective. So when we talk of chronic disease with proliferation or excess, Okay, so anywhere when there are, if you look at the pathology and the pathology is full of proliferation, or if there is somewhere excess like hypertrophy, okay, for example, conditions like renal calculi, they all come under the miasm of psychosis, right? The third miasm he talked about was syphilis. Again, same thing happens, syphilis manifestations, primary manifestations of syphilis are usually chancres on genitals. Again, they are treated by cauterization or, suppressed by some other measures. Okay, what happens? They are again and again suppressed, and then there are going to be secondary manifestations of syphilis, right? So any disease which has destructive pathologies, okay, they fall under this miasm, like gangrene, dysentery, anywhere there is a lot of destruction, right? They fall under this miasm, right? Now I'll go a bit fast so that I complete it. I hope there are no questions at this moment, or if there are questions, I'll just take it at the end. So we discussed about the psoric miasm, we discussed about psychotic miasm, we discussed about syphilitic miasm, we tried to understand the pathological relationship, and then now it's time to understand tuberculosis, tubercular miasm, okay? The fourth miasm, and it wasn't Henneman who termed this term, it was Allen who termed this term, okay? So we'll discuss about tubercular miasm. So tuberculosis was rampant that way in 19th century. People died of tuberculosis, if you all know, right? Many artists and poets, who were famous, they were affected with tuberculosis, and many people died. So it was Robert Koch who discovered the tubercular bacilli, okay, in 1882. At the time, the disease was known as phthisis or consumption. But he discovered the bacilli at that time, and only after that, slowly, they started coming up with the medications, anti-tubercular medications, anti-tubercular regimen. But it was Henneman who treated even before Koch discovered that there was some bacilli that caused tuberculosis, right? And he had said, not directly that it is tubercular miasm, but people who are susceptible to tuberculosis, this is what he has mentioned. People who are susceptible to tuberculosis or are infected will have similar characteristics. He said that people are delicate, they are frail, they are easily tired, they are lean and elegant, with beautiful porcelain skin, large eyes, long eyelashes, and fine hair. He didn't term it tubercular miasm, but he said that people who are having tuberculosis or who have suffered from tuberculosis, these are the features you will see in them usually. Also, they had scrofulous swelling of glands, recurrent tendencies to catch cold. They also had hypoimmunity, leading to total destruction of immunity and recurrent infections. So, according to him, tuberculosis suppression is causing some kind of dynamic infection. This is where Hahnemann stopped. He said that yes, even tubercular miasm, he said that yes, even suppression of tuberculosis, it is causing some infection, it is causing some dynamic infection. This is where Hahnemann stopped. But then James Henry Allen, he named this as tubercular miasm. He called this tubercular miasm. Okay. And if you read the chronic miasms of Allen, he has talked all about tubercular miasm. And whatever now I'm talking about tubercular miasm, it is directly from his book. So I am taking the books, I'm taking whatever notes I have prepared, they are directly from the stalwarts. And then I'm trying to add on my experiences in terms of modern, like in modern language, we need to teach everybody so that they understand the value of homeopathy. So then comes Sora and syphilis, what he said, okay? There is something in between Sora and syphilis. It is neither Sora, neither syphilis, right? It is not destructive like syphilis. It is neither just simply as functional as Sora. There's something that is combination of Sora and syphilis, okay? This is a hereditary combination. If there's suppression of this, it leads to tubercular miasm, or he named it as pseudo-Sora, okay? So he's the one who coined the term tubercular miasm. Okay, to start with, he termed it as pseudo-Sora, but then as he progressed ahead, he termed it as tubercular miasm. This miasm can also be introduced, remember, through Mantoux test. Okay, the test for tuberculosis, I'm sure everybody knows because most of you are medical doctors here. And even BCG vaccination. Okay, you can introduce this miasm through these two aspects, right? So this is all what he talked about. There's a lot about tuberculosism. We'll talk some other day when we again organize something. But I cannot go in more details. I just wanted to introduce to what is the theory of chronic miasms, what is the theory of chronic diseases, and how all these miasms, how the words and everything were coined, so that we actually understand these concepts. Okay. Remember, if these concepts are strong, if we understand the modern pathological perspectives, it becomes very easy to treat cases, right? So the miasm, can be introduced through this, right? Then again, he went on talking about miasms. He said miasms again can also be acute or chronic. Recurring type of miasms, okay, like in acute diseases which recur more than once in a lifetime, like cholera and fever, okay, this is a type of acute miasm, he said. And non-recurring type of diseases, like, diseases which come just once in a lifetime, like whooping cough and chicken pox. Nowadays, all these things have almost got eradicated. You don't even find it a lot that way. Pertussis, for example, Botella pertussis, we hardly see as such. But we do have cough, which is whooping cough, but not caused by Botella these days, right? So he said acute miasms can be of two types. Okay, it can be related to recurrent diseases or non-recurring diseases, but they both have acute base. And chronic miasms, he said that, okay, can be either single or it can be either complex. Okay, so he talked about chronic miasms as if it is single, it is related to SORA, syphilis, or psychosis, right? So chronic miasms, if they are just single entities, they can be SORA, syphilis, or psychosis. But now, the world has changed. So many diseases have been introduced. So many diseases have got suppressed. Some diseases have also got cured. But all this plethora, it causes human beings to go complex. All right. So he said that you may have complex miasms too in a body. We have SORA or psychosis together. We may have SORA syphilis together. Okay, which is tubercular miasm. We may have psychosis and syphilis together. We may have SORA, we may have psychotic and syphilitic miasms, all three miasms in one body itself. So it is possible. So chronic miasms can be single or they can be complex. So both these aspects can be possible. Just one concept that I wanted to introduce is about fundamental and dominant miasm. So in every individual, whenever you are treating cases, we should look out for fundamental and dominant miasm in every individual, right? For example, I'll just give an example so that it becomes easy for everybody to understand. All right, just imagine I'm suffering from bronchial asthma, okay? And I have all the symptoms related to bronchial asthma, okay? I'm just talking about disease perspective at the moment. Remember now, Dr. Parvin Zarrin also talked, disease diagnosis is not that important for a homeopath, okay? But it is important for us to understand the pathological concepts, to understand the miasms. And if there is any block, it becomes easy for us to remove that block. Most of the blocks, might have noticed, you are giving somebody a proper remedy, it is matching the totality, but the patient is not getting better, or he's just getting better 5% or 10%. Most of those cases may have miasmatic block, and you need to remove that miasmatic block. That miasmatic block can be removed only if you know what kind of miasm is within that person, right? And based on that, you can remove the block using different homeopathic remedies, right? I'll talk about those remedies also, and then we will finish off. So just imagine I'm suffering from bronchial asthma. Okay, this is my personal history. Okay, and my family history, if you see, my father, for example, is suffering from hypertension. Okay, just imagine he also suffered from tuberculosis. Okay, my mother, I'm just giving an example. Okay, my mom and dad, they both are healthy, right? My mother, just imagine, is suffering from some autoimmune diseases. All right, so how do we arrive at a fundamental miasm? Right? So fundamental miasm comes from your past history and from your family history. So if I have any past history, I'll see what kind of symptoms I have. Okay. More than the disease, I look at the symptoms and I'll try to classify them based on miasm. I look at the family history, like, so my father had suffered from hypertension, tuberculosis. So this goes in favor of psychotic miasm. Okay. Hypertension goes in favor of psychotic miasm. Tuberculosis goes in favor of tubercular miasm. Autoimmune diseases, they go in favor of tubercular miasm. So fundamental miasm, as I told, you arrive at fundamental miasm through your past history and through your family history. So if I look at the family history, there's a strong propensity to tubercular miasm, right? And to some extent, psychotic miasm. So my fundamental miasm that way, would be tubercular, okay, and to some extent psychotic, right? So when we talk of tubercular, okay, so it is tubercular miasm, that is SORA, syphilis, and then also psychotics. All three miasms are here. And my present miasm, okay, that is my dominant miasm at the moment, would be just say maybe psychotic. Okay, so remember, I'm just trying to give you examples. All right, we just don't look at diseases only. Okay, we also look at other symptoms. We also look at the mental symptoms. We also look at other aspects. Okay, and overall, we will judge the miasm. So I look at my nature. I'm very, very violent. I have a lot of rage. Then I have bronchial asthma, and probably I have growths, like lipomas on my body. So all this will go in the favor of psychotic miasm, right? So my dominant miasm is psychotic, and my fundamental miasm is going towards tubercular miasm, right? So in such cases, if suppose some acute remedies have been given, and if they are not working very well, okay, I might give some antipsychotic remedy, or I might give some anti-tubercular remedy, in cases of chronic diseases. So when we talk of homeopathic medicines, in SORA, if there is a block, okay, usually sulfur is indicated remedy. Okay, it is an anti-miasmatic, anti-soric remedy. Sulfur is an anti-soric remedy, right? Psychosis, usually we think of thuja and medorinum as antipsychotic remedies. And syphilis, we think usually of syphilinum, right, as anti-miasmatic remedies, right? Now, if there are miasmatic blocks, these remedies may help. I don't say they will help every time, but most of the times, if there is a miasmatic block, these remedies will help. So we need to understand what is the background. We need to understand the pathology. We need to understand the disease progress. We need to understand the mental aspects. We need to understand the overall symptoms within our body and guess what kind of miasm is going to be there. And based on that, we will be able to treat chronic diseases. All right. So this is the concept of chronic diseases. I hope it is clear. Thank you so much, everybody. If anybody has any questions, I can take this up.
Thank you, Dr. Girach. Wonderful as always. And yes, miasm, it's a kind of our GPS, homeopathic GPS to get into the disease evolution of the patient. So we have Dr. Girach, we have a similar table. It's not quite similar, but I mean it's based on our the three main miasms in homotoxicology as well, which is the 6 phases. Like 2 of them, the very first, there are benign phases like excretory, inflammatory, and the other one is implantation and deposition, and the last one is degeneration and differentiation. So if you see that how genius Dr. Honeyman was by creating these 3 major miasms, that now with this disease table, we completely understand the phase of the disease. Because if we miss it, we cannot treat the chronic disease. So this is very major. Thank you so much for your fabulous. It was awesome. And because we have to go a little bit fast, any questions from Dr. Girach, or you want me to continue? I think because we are very short, limited in time. First of all, I think 4 hours was not a correct duration for this webinar. We have 3 educators who try to, educate you. But again, next time, hopefully we extend it. But again, I can stay until 3. Whoever wants to continue with me until 3, it's my pleasure, because there are many, many things left. But again, I'm going to go back to my, sorry about that.
There's just one question, Dr. Zareen, from
Yes.
Dr. Nagar. Which miasm is important than the other? I'll just answer that
Yes,
question.
please. No, answer all the questions.
So, yeah. So, Dr. Nagar, as I discussed earlier, every miasm, it is important to know each and every miasm. Okay, so it's not that Sora is important and tubercular is not important. It depends on, again, your fundamental, your dominant, makeup. What kind of miasm is there in your body? So it's not that one miasm is important than the other. Equally everything. If it exists in your body, you need to understand how to deal with it. Like just few examples I gave. There's a lot of things that are there, but just few examples I gave. About antimiasmatic remedy. So apart from that, there are many other things. Which we can discuss in other webinars too. Right, Dr. Zareen? Because if we go on, Dr. Zareen, on miasms, I think even one month is not sufficient, right?
No, no. So that's why I don't think I can go
Yeah.
through the science of homeopathy because it takes another at least couple of hours. And also the preparation of homeopathic medicine. I think I'm going to pass it to the next webinar. But what I like to add is I like to walk you through the history of homeopathy in Canada and the United States and the wonderful, wonderful homeopaths, and that they were all medical doctors who converted to homeopathy, which is what you call it, it's the mission of the Bioquantum Academy to bring all our wonderful allopaths to field of homeopathy, not necessarily to convert them, but I mean to just bring them in the field and to really understand for that whoever is candidate for them. But that's what I would like to walk you through. If you allow me, I can bypass the science of homeopathy because it's very deep, and everybody's tired. Let me just go through the history, and history has a lot because I want to introduce a lot of books to you. The reason that I want to jump to that segment because a lot of different books that you can get it from everywhere from Amazon. And I'm going to pass the science of homeopathy and also preparation of homeopathy, which is practically another 3-4 hours of course, and the science of quantum physics and what you call it. I don't know what is this, the quantum physics periodic table. And what I like to do is I think we talked about case taking. So the case taking also that how we have to take the case. Something that very quickly I want to mention in how to take the case, because as we know, when we go to doctors, it's just 5 minutes, 10 minutes, quick. They take the symptoms and here you go, the prescriptions. But there are also medical doctors that they are really spending time, but I mean, it's not in the model. But what I like to talk about is that how we have to prepare the patients and how to prepare our clinic for the patients. It has to be peaceful, as I mentioned earlier, and a very peaceful environment, not trying to just go with the symptoms, and we try to ask them questions to bring them at ease and bring the mind at ease, and a lot of different ways you can so sometimes prior to that I ask the family that how you can describe the person in terms of personality. They say, oh, he's very agitated or this, or they say very quiet. Based on that, I try to bring the person to the present and then I start taking the case. So the case is a very thorough. The case sometimes personally takes 3 hours for me, and I cannot take more than 2 patients a day, and because I'm very thorough, I'm very detail oriented. I really have to understand. If I don't understand the person, I have to invite them again and to come and to take the case. So let me just go to the word of pioneers of homeopathy because I want to introduce everybody the books. I have a library of homeopathy and I like to introduce them to you, and also the pioneer of the homeopathy around the world and also in Canada and the United States. So we see there many pioneers of homeopathy. They're converted from allopathy to homeopathy, and they're fantastic homeopaths. History never forget about them, because not only they went against the current of, they've been criticized, they've been attacked, they lost their practices, but they stick with the truth, and they, kept homeopathy alive. And so we are following them. That's why we brought homeopathy into life again in North America, in Canada, and United States. And these are, when I read their story, we see that how perseverance they were and how convinced they were about homeopathy. So there are almost 25,000 North American homeopaths, including American and Canadians, from 1825 to 1963, rescued and preserved homeopathy in North America. And during the decade of 60s, homeopathy was badly attacked and practically was wiped off from the system. But again, in 1970, it's a comeback for homeopathy in North America and Canada. I would like to introduce you the first homeopath in Canada, Dr. Emily Howard, that she was denied entrance in Toronto School of Medicine in AD 1865. And she was told by the vice principals of the school that the doors of the university are not open to women. And I trust they never will be. So she was rejected to get into the School of Medicine. And she went to New York and on the same year, and she became homeopath, a doctor of homeopathy, and she came back to Canada and she started practicing Canada. She's the first homeopath in Canada. So, and there are a lot of pioneers in America and Canada. Homeopathy achieved its greatest popularity in the 19th century. It was introduced in the United States in 1825, and the first American homeopathic school opened in 1835. They closed all the homeopathic schools. They closed all the homeopathic hospitals. And but again, I'm going to walk you through and when it came back. Through the 19th century, dozens of homeopathic institutions appeared in Europe and United States. During this period, homeopathy was able to appear relatively successful when other forms of treatment could be harmful and ineffective. By the end of 19th century, the practice began to wane, with the last exclusively homeopathic medical school in the United States closing in 1920, when pharmaceutical industry started monopolizing the global medical system. So there is a slogan that one cured patient, one lost profit. So, but during the 1970s, homeopathy made a significant comeback, with the sales of homeopathic product increasing tenfold in North America. It was a rise and new movement against synthetic drugs and medication in favor of homeopathy in 1970. So I would like to walk you through the homeopathic hospital in Germany. Whoever doesn't know much about homeopathy should know that homeopathy had hospitals around the world, especially in North America and in Europe, but they closed them all after, pharmaceutical industry won the situation. And there is a homeopathic hospitals in France, homeopathic hospitals in Washington, America, in Colorado, America, and the pioneers of the British homeopaths in homeopathic hospital in London, which still exists. It's a Royal London Homeopathic Hospital. And and I would like to go to the father of repertory, because we shouldn't leave, because we are just the new homeopaths, but these people work so hard for us to be at this point. So the father of repertory converted from allopathy to homeopathy. He was a lawyer as well, and he was Dutch. He was an agricultural, a botanist, physician, and pioneer in the field of homeopathy. So Hohengassen was loyal to homeopathy, who praised the remedy, and he was known as the father of repertory. The reason that Dr. Bongassen converted from allopathy to homeopathy was the time that he encountered tuberculosis. And tuberculosis was very bad disease back then. He couldn't, even he was MD, he was medical doctor, he couldn't treat himself. But he was treated by one of his colleagues was homeopath with the homeopathic medicine Forsatilla. Forsatilla is from the plant kingdom in homeopathy, and he was cured completely of his disease, and he became a firm believer in homeopathy. So Bongassen gave up his allopathic practice and converted to homeopathic physician. So I like you to know the history of these people to give you a little bit of confidence that a lot of great, people, physicians, they converted to homeopathy because of these reasons. So as we know, the first repertory was Fragmenta by Dr. Henneman, and the first one who graded Fragmenta was Dr. Bongassen. Let's get so fast. And then Dr. Schussler, I call him Uncle Schussler. I love this doctor, German doctor, again, converted from allopathy to homeopathy. The reason was he became a homeopath, but back then, Dr. Henneman brought thousands of homeopathic medicine in the Materia Medica. And then Dr. Schussler, every individual is different. Dr. Schussler was very hard for him to go through thousands of homeopathic medicine, and he came he came up with a solution for himself. So, and he was a chemist as well, biochemist as well. So he tried to simplify all those medicines, homeopathic medicine, polycress medicine, to just 12 tissue salts. So practically, he had the conviction that thousands of homeopathic medicine, you can find the substance is 12 tissue salts. So, and this tissue salt, he came with this analogy that if a human body is burned to ashes, the only thing left is inorganic materials, which are 12 tissue salts. It means that the structure of the body are tissue salts. He made homeopathy very easy for himself, and he started practicing the tissue salts, and they called them biochemic medicine. But they are all prepared according to the homeopathic principle. So Dr. Schussler is in my house, so always. So this is our vitamin and minerals, and this is his original biochemic handbook that then it was revised by Dr. Borike and Douay, and you can find them, I don't know, in Amazon, but I mean, you're lucky if you can find them. But Dr. Borike and Douay, yes, but Dr. Schussler, I'm not sure. I would like to go to the Dr. Herrings, which Dr. Herrings as well is always with us, and the father of American homeopathy, and he was in Philadelphia, where Dr. Clearfield was born or was living. And Herrings condensed, they all have major writings. The Herrings condensed Materia Medica and guiding symptoms. It's for decades been the guidance for homeopaths. A structure of guiding symptoms, proving symptoms, collective rubrics in guiding symptoms, and a stage of life and constitution and direction of healing, Herrings principles. So in every single school you go, Dr. Herrings' principle of healing is taught. So Dr. Lippe, outstanding American homeopath. After Dr. Herring, he was in Pennsylvania and Philadelphia again. I think Philadelphia is the land of homeopaths. Major writing is What is Homeopathy, Keynotes, textbook for Materia Medica. And the father of American modern homeopathy, Dr. Kent, he was criticized a lot because they always, labeled him that you're not Hahnemannian. To my knowledge, he did not deviate anything because Hahnemannian says one single remedy at a time, but Dr. Kent says no, we can go up to almost 6 remedies a day, and I personally practiced it on myself. It was, especially in acute situation, especially is very, very helpful. So I want to show you Dr. Kent. This is Dr. Borike Materia Medica. This is Dr. Kent Materia Medica. So if you want to know what to get, both of them are amazing. Dr. Borika is something that you should have it with you all the time. And Dr. Allen, again, American homeopath, major writings, but most of them are born in America, but some of them are Canadians who moved to America. The major writings in Encyclopedia of Pure Materia Medica, General Symptoms Register of Homeopathy Materia Medica, and Homeopathy Therapy. So I'd like to go to Dr. Allen. Also, he's an American homeopath in New Jersey, Philadelphia. And that's why Dr. Clearfield said that the first hospital was in Philadelphia. So he was a lawyer as well and a homeopath. Actually, it was, I took the concept and in Bioquantum Academy, we established a medical legal department because we see a lot of interest in lawyers to become homeopaths. So that's why, you know, I think they're followers of the main homeopathy from United States. Dr. William Borike, as I mentioned to you, that's his Materia Medica is very, very useful in every homeopath practice, and also the 12 tissue salts written by Dr. Borika as well, and also homeopathic Materia Medica. Dr. Clark also, he's had such a huge contributor to the homeopathy. He's British and English classical homeopath, but his name is a little bit hidden because of a little bit politics back then. It's after the Second World War that he came up with some kind of phrases about, you know, I think the Jewish or something like that. I don't want to get into that, but his name is hidden, but he contributed to homeopathy hugely. Dr. Booger, also American homeopath, but he was a student of Dr. Bungassen, and he has major writings on Kent's repertory and the time of the remedies and moon phases and a synoptic key of Materia Medica. Dr. Alfred Alford and Dayton Alford, they were father and son, even though they don't have much of major writings, but they're huge contributor to homeopathy in America because they went through a lot of provings as well. They carried out provings with new remedies, a lot of new remedies. They came along to the hands of homeopath because of Dr. Alford. And now Dr. Franz Vermeulen. Dr. Franz Vermeulen is my hero. And this is the concordant Materia Medica by Dr. Vermeulen. There are 10 Materia Medica in it. If you want to have a complete Materia Medica in your hands, go with Franz Vermeulen Materia Medica. When I went to school 24 years ago, you know, when I went through this Materia Medica, I started crying. I said, how am I going to learn this? It's so huge. It's so compact. It's so full of knowledge. It's full of information. That's a brilliant work by Dr. Vermeulen that included Herring, Materia Medica, Allen, Borica, Booker, Clark, Copperwaite, Herring, Kent, Lippe, Palford, and Vermeulen himself. So this is an amazing Materia Medica. If one day you want to be homeopathic students, he has several different books, like such as Synoptic and Prisma and Fungi Kingdom. And this is the concordant Materia Medica that, as I mentioned. So he's still writing books. And Dr. Robin Murphy, unfortunately, we lost him in 2021. Without Dr. Murphy, I couldn't be here. That's his repertory. His repertory is the most complete repertory of all. You know, so I use almost 99%. I use Robin Murphy, but there are time to time that I go to the repertory of Dr. Kent as well. But he's contributed to homeopathy enormously. And so Dr. Murphy also had a materia medica lutus materia medica. These are the homeopathic medical repertory of him. And my professor, Dr. Luke Shepard. So when we finished the homeopathic school, after that we had postgraduate courses at the University of Toronto in Canada. And Dr. Luke Shepard is he's Belgian, but he moved after he gave up his practice in his country. He moved to United States, and he was converted to homeopathy, and he opened up his classical homeopathy clinic, and he started writing the books. So when he was coming to for our postgraduate courses, he was my professor, and I have his signature on the books, on his books here. I don't know if you can see it or not. So anyways, the signatures of his books. The Honeyman Revisited is an amazing, amazing book. If you really want to simplify the sixth edition of Organ and of Medical Art by Dr. Honeyman, read this one. I read it 3 times, and every time I read it, I learn more. So, and also, this is his book. And also another book is the Achieving and Maintaining the Simillimum. This is again is Dr. Shepard. And again, he signed the book for me. So I was his student. And this is an amazing for especially homeopaths who are working with LM potency. And even myself that I don't use LM potency, this has been amazing, amazing for me. So this is Dr. Shepard. This is book. Okay, I hope everybody. So the reason I'm introducing because we are going to have diploma programs. Some of you are going to sign up, and some of you are already preparing. So it's good to know the book. So Dr. Vittekov as well. We are so thankful he's still alive, and he's running his own academy. He has Materia Medica Viva, which is an amazing Materia Medica. I want to show his books to you as well. So the book that I really love to read from Dr. Vittekov is The New Model for Health and Disease. I think every homeopath should read that. You get a good perspective about your practice as well. So, and one of other favorite great work for me is Dr. Morrison. Dr. Rogers. Yes, I want to make sure that I say the name Rogers Morrison, and he's a medical doctor who practicing homeopathy, and he had 2 wonderful books that is great. I'm teaching it at the medical homeopathy department. These 2 books called Desktop Companion and Desktop Guide. So every homeopath, no matter your classical or your medical, these 2 books can survive you, can help you so much. So when I go, for example, when I travel, the books that I take with me, and it's Dr. Boric, I take the Borica, Materia Medica, and I take only the desktop guide with me. These are something that homeopaths should have with them handy. So these are amazing books. And this is the homeopathic revolution. I would love all of you to get this from Amazon. There are famous people. There are celebrities such as Queen Elizabeth, such as Tina Turner, such as David Beckham, such as all those people. I'm not saying that they're important people. They're people that people know them. So and they have his story of why they chose homeopathy and how homeopathy works for them. This is done by Dana Allman. So I know Dana Allman from 30 years ago. And this book is amazing to read the story of all these people, why they chose homeopathy. And there's the name of so many famous people around the world. I just mentioned some of them here because I don't want to forget the contributors to homeopathy because they work so hard. It's it's not an easy thing. If everything is in your favor, practicing is not hard. But if everything is against you, practicing is very hard, is very challenging. I experienced it in Canada, that how hard it is to be a homeopath and how hard to be a respected homeopath in by the mainstream. So these people, they have gone through all the challenges that we have gone, and that's why I don't want to miss anybody who has contributed to homeopathy. There is a book of history of homeopathy. If you want to know what happened to homeopathy and why that happened, and now why homeopathy is back, you can read this book in your leisure time. So, and why students of medicine should select homeopathic school, because homeopathy is the past, present, and future medicine, and is a true medicine. So I want to show you my graduation day with my professors. It was 2004, and it was a great day for us. And after years of challenging homeopathic school, finally we graduated. And I do not want to miss my professor at the school, Dr. Fernando Ania, who is in Europe right now. I hope that he can listen to me. I just want to highly appreciate his teaching. And without him, we couldn't be here. He was amazing. And I was practically graduated with honor degree. And I tried to be always to learn more and more. And that was our graduation day. So I would like to, I'm sure that all of you know what Bioquantum Academy is and why you should choose Bioquantum Academy. Bioquantum Academy is offering an innovative program. So many schools are having teaching classical homeopathy or any form of homeopathy, but Bioquantum Academy has a bridging program for allopathic physicians, because not everybody wants to convert to homeopathy at this time. So that's why we carefully and diligently we created a program, bridging program for medical doctors, that the two modalities are not going to suffer, and when you can use homeopathy. So, and we have these interdisciplinary courses in homeopathy departments. You can visit our website and see our courses and what we're going to cover. So the difference between our academy to the other academies, I appreciate whoever teaching a word of homeopathy. Please do not get me wrong that I say we are better than the others. Not at all. The only is there is a difference because we custom make education for individuals. So that's the difference between our academy and the other academy. We're not going to throw everybody in the ocean, no matter you know how to swim or you don't know how to swim. It's not like that. We take time. We do a lot of interviews with candidates. We do assessment. We do evaluation to make sure that each individual is the candidate for which department. So we custom make education. So if you want to convert to homeopathy, we have program for you. If you want to bridge to homeopathy, we have program for you. If you want just deepening your knowledge or adding it to your current practice, we have program for you. If you want to do research, only research on homeopathy, which I do, I would like you to join me for the science of homeopathy. We have program. And after graduation with us, you can be an academic member or a faculty member with us to teach after graduation. So thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate your presence. And again, Bioquantum Academy welcoming you for any form of education in the future. And please keep in touch with us, reach out to us. We have wonderful, great communication team that promptly responding to you. And so I'm Bioquantum Academy is generally from the communication, from the educator faculty. We are an amazing group together. And so we love to help you to learn as much as you can. So if you have any questions, the floor is open for you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I also sent the links for our 2 departments of homeopathy, which are medical and classical. Please feel free to visit the website for further information of the diplomas. And
yes, as I mentioned earlier, you can, sorry, I think I stopped sharing somehow. Okay. Am I okay to stop sharing? Anybody wants to take, information on the slides, or you're okay? Okay. I think we are back in the house. Dr. Maria, welcome back. Dr. Farbo, Dr. Wam, Puria, I think the rest are somehow, they might be busy with their trend, but if you like to chit chat, if you like to discuss anything, or you have any questions, I think that's how much we could do today. But hopefully next time, I'm gonna definitely dedicate the webinar to the science of homeopathy, and that you come to homeopathic domain with conviction, not just belief. And because for me, as a, the true homeopath is not enough to just believe it, oh, it works. No, you have to understand it. If you understand it, then you become a great homeopath. So conviction versus belief, it's my slogan. so Doctor, is Dr. Clearfield here, or maybe he's busy? So any questions? It doesn't have to be scientific. Any questions about diploma program? Any question about your own country in terms of educations, regulations, anything you have, any questions you have? So I think I'm prepared. Because the very first question crosses people's mind that, oh, is the degree that I get it from Bioquantum Academy would work in my country? So the question is, Bioquantum Academy has no answer to this. So it's your country has the answer. So Bioquantum Academy is an educational institution with high standard level of education, and it's been approved by the Natural Medicine Board of Canada and the United States, and also Mexico. One of our graduates, Dr. Goodwin, right now is working in Mexico, because the certification titles that got it from the school, from our board, gave him opportunity to be hired in one of the clinical settings in Mexico. So that's how much I can tell you that our degree is completely, highly valued in all those countries, but and also the Commonwealth countries, all the countries such as England, such as Scotland, Australia, South Africa, and those countries we call it 5, Commonwealth countries. But again, the rest of the countries, it always goes back to your regulations, which I don't think anybody has any issues. So
without more questions, we can conclude the webinar. And thank you everyone for joining. It was a great experience. Hopefully we will have more events in the following months. We'll also have our international conference, which is hosted by the Academy. The information is on the website as well. Hopefully, we will see you there as well on November 8th and 9th. With the topic of world of homeopathy and integrative medicine, past, present, future medicine. Once again, thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you all. I appreciate joining us today. Dr. Faisal Girach, Dr. Clearfield, our two faculty members you did a great job as always. Puria, thank you so much, the head of our communication team. And he works tenfold than I do. I appreciate your wonderful work, Puria. Without you, we couldn't be here. So you're a huge contributor to homeopathic, domain, even though you're not a homeopath, but you will be. So
yes, of course.
Yes, thank you. So you already started. Thank you, Mr. Bankipur. Do you have any questions?
No, thank you very much. That's a wonderful session. I hope all of the participants are very glad to be there and use your information that you get them.
Thank you so much for joining us and everybody who joined from Iran.
Thank you very much.
From Indonesia, from Philippines, from the United States, from Turkey, from Canada. And it's just a joy to see you all. So, and I truly appreciate your trust and also appreciate the technology as well that brings us together. So thank you again. Have a wonderful rest of Friday and awesome weekend. Take care of yourself.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much.